Hi, this again, Mr. Balderson. Good to see you. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you be. Mr. Krautmick, Miss Mooney, good to see you.
Yeah, without the
Anyway,
try it again without the TOS.
yep, we
Yes.
had to end the stream because of a TOS violation. So appreciate everybody for coming back in. We just listened to a thing about the Epstein files and Trump and Todd Blanche and how horrible he is and all this other thing. So, Mr. Balderson, your opening statements, sir.
I did not hear that thing, so I do not have an opinion on Todd Blanche. I am going to have to at least give a cursory glance on who this guy is and what he's done.
Mooney, your opening statement, please.
Todd Blanche is weird. The Epstein files were messed up, and there's a lot behind it that I think needs to be discussed and talked about and brought attention to. Just because they're involved with Epstein does not mean they're guilty of horrible crimes. And yeah, that's it.
Can I ask a question on that? I know that's not the
Sure.
stand in this, but because I'm coming into this late and wasn't prepared. Was he named in the Epstein files, or was he a prosecutor that refused to do things about the Epstein files?
Basically, the way I read it and the way it sounds, that people are pissed off that Todd Blanche was not interviewing the victims and et cetera, et cetera. Mooney, can you give a better preface?
Basically, he's not addressing it. He's not questioning the alleged victims. He's not questioning any of the people that were in the files. And the way that he's doing it makes it sound like he's protecting those who were allegedly committing the crimes. He's
and the Epstein victims are against this guy. Yeah, this guy needs to be blackballed.
Yeah.
And they're calling him Trump's attorney. Yeah,
they're calling him Trump's attorney. They're calling him.
Well, what other reason, given that Trump was the one that came out and said everybody needs to forget about the Epstein files and you're losers if you want to talk about it? What other reason would somebody who's going to be the attorney general? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, he right now, because he fired Pam Bondi.
Why the fuck would the country? The country overwhelmingly wants the Epstein files prosecuted and wants them fully investigated. That as a people, the United States, that's an overwhelming amount of people that want that. Why would the fucking guy that we're going to put in as the attorney general, why would we want that cunt in there?
Exactly.
I don't disagree with that at all. I don't disagree. But the rules of evidence has to point to a crime and a victim. There was only one instance that I know of. Now let me land it. There's only one instance that I know of where Trump was found civilly liable for.
What does this got to do with Trump being found civilly liable for anything? We're just talking about the Epstein files.
Right. Well, I'm going to tie it in, so let me land it. There was nothing in the Epstein files other than Trump was associated with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So
what's been released? Sure. I'm not saying there was or wasn't. I'm not saying I'm not doing this because I'm just down to get Trump. Any single person that the Epstein files is showing that they had fucking business in this sexual fucking market of slavery with young women, anybody in that needs to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and they should come on up, Santa. Drop the link for him.
Sure.
Be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. In fact, they should come up with new laws to prosecute them more heavily.
Yep. And
Right.
the problem is they're not even questioning them. They're not even looking into the accusations. They're not even looking into, okay, what was your involvement? They're not doing any of that. So even if they're not even doing the accusations, so how can there be any prosecution or anything like you're saying, Spin, if they're not even giving an effort to find out why? And that's why the people are angry, is they're not doing jack squat.
And already in some of the redactions, they found out, and there was a Senate fucking hearing on this, and you can look this up and play it, Spin. They played a Senate hearing because they were redacting things that protected the aggressors, not the victims.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? How come you're protecting these people that we already know did shit? Like, why are you redacting their names? Like, the world shouldn't know. You need to protect them. And there was a Senate hearing on it.
Right. I understand that there was a Senate hearing on it, and I believe I streamed it. I believe I did. I'd have to go back and look really quickly.
Like where they're already proving that every turn they're trying their best to stop the prosecution of this and to protect the individuals who were powerful, who are using their wealth and their power to abuse young women and boys, probably.
It's absolutely possible, Mr. Salty Santa. Good afternoon. Hello, the elf. It's absolutely possible, Mr. Salty's.
Spin, can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
I dropped the link in there. I didn't feel like sharing the screen, but if you want to share it. But it says Blanchett used to be Trump's personal attorney. Isn't that like conflict of interest if he's trying to go for the
Did you see Trump come out and basically say that he needs to fucking like dine fucking Lindsey Graham's sister as the next senator? That's not how that shit works, you dick. Like, what the fuck, dude? And then when he said, after they killed the leader of Iran, he's like, I want this guy as the leader. You don't get to pick the leaders, and just put your people in place.
I'm not sure how I feel about him. What is he going for? Attorney General or the Supreme?
So right now he's the deputy. Let me get this right. He's the deputy attorney general that is acting as the attorney general because President Trump fired Pam Bondi. So basically, and basically, they are wanting to name him as the attorney general. That's what the bottom line at the end of the day that it is.
Yeah, I don't even think it should be. I don't want that to happen. I believe there's some type of conflict of interest there, like
extreme conflict of interest, especially in regards to the Epstein file that Trump doesn't want to get released, and this guy's actively not doing a decent job about trying to investigate it.
Right. Because with him not investigating this, what's to prove that he's not going to investigate other criminals and things that they have done because they're in a certain position of power, or they have a certain amount of money, or they're certain power or certain affiliations? It looks really, really bad if this guy gets in.
Oh, I don't disagree that it would look very, very bad, but I mean, respectfully, if the guy is already the deputy attorney general, and I'm confirming that, so just give me 1 second. If the guy is the deputy attorney general, which, yes, I am confirming that right now he was under Pam Bondi as the deputy attorney general, and what Trump is doing, and I'm reading this from Fox News, is they want him to fill Pam Bondi's shoes as the Attorney General of the United States. So basically, the accusations that they are making right this second is that he would be Trump's personal attorney.
What relationship with Trump did he have prior to this position?
I'm confirming
He
that.
was his attorney.
That's where the question is. And
He was his
really hasn't-
attorney. But also remember back in Obama's term, I forget the guy's name right now, that it was his AG who also did Fast and Furious. He was either the campaign manager or something high up in Obama's election team before that term started.
Well, Trump
So
was
it's
a Democrat
exactly the same thing.
then.
I'm sure of that too. Yeah.
Okay,
used to
so
be all
yes. I'm sorry, Neil. Go ahead.
No, they used to all be friendly. Oh gosh, Eric.
He was best friends with the fucking Clintons. They were tight friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, Todd Blanche was Trump's de facto attorney before he became president of the United States,
Oh, that's
Which-
real bad. That's real bad.
which
Mhm.
Blanche,
Your de facto attorney, and
Yeah.
he's already actively stifling the Epstein investigation, which again, Republican, Democrat, Independent, fucking black, white, all of us want the Epstein files investigated.
Yep.
All of us.
and lo and behold, Blanche is the one that brokered the settlement offer in the 1990s with the civil case. I'm paraphrasing, guys. I'm sorry.
The civil case for what?
The alleged SA that he was found not criminally liable for.
Dude,
You mean
which
that lady 30
I
years
get
ago?
the argument. I get the argument that the barrier for proof in criminal is higher than the barrier for civil. Why would one of the richest men in the world ever settle on somebody accusing him of that and leave the shadow of a doubt for the rest of us? Because if you accused me of that, I don't give a fuck. I got billions of dollars, bitch. I'm going to drag this through court. I'm going to hire every private investigator, because I'm not going to let you do this to my name because I didn't do that shit.
Exactly.
Also, the Senate Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche doubled down during his Senate confirmation hearing
Oh,
Wednesday.
look at Santa's merch.
Oh, I wouldn't know where that came from. Hold on, let's get that comment on. Oh, you like them?
Yes.
He was gonna try and make Santa's
Turn-
name go
turn-
away.
Hey, Elf, turn around.
Santa's name. That's fucking hilarious.
Elf, turn around. Let me see the back. Awesome.
Dad, my ass isn't showing.
It's too close.
Okay, Dad.
We agreed. You're not dating till 27.
I called goal.
So, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche doubled down during his Senate confirmation hearing Wednesday on controversial actions like the Justice Department's handling
Right.
of the Epstein files and the IRS settlement, with President Donald Trump claiming he would restore the public's faith, in quotes, in the DOJ as Democratic lawmakers harshly criticized the former Trump attorney.
Yeah, they are right on the nose with this one. This is as nepotistic and fucking good old boy as it gets. He's putting in his boy to do what he wants, and what he wants is not to have the Epstein files investigated.
Yep.
Yep.
Blanche,
Yeah.
now listen
Middle of
to
the
this
road on
statement. Now
Yeah.
listen to this statement. Blanche was interviewed by the Senate Judiciary Committee as he seeks confirmation as Attorney General, claiming in his opening statement the DOJ was fixing purported missteps by the Biden administration and claiming of the agency's work. None of this is Republican or Democrat. Blanche also defended the Trump administration's hearing of the Epstein files and release of the documents, claiming the White House has been more transparent than any past administration about releasing the files and that it will prosecute anyone who harmed victims.
Yeah, I still don't believe we have the majority of the Epstein files. I don't recall any, but
we're missing
person
without
getting
counting the redacted. We
Yeah.
still haven't seen 3 million files. That's
Right.
not even counting the redacted they've already been proven to have redacted the names of the aggressors rather than the victims and trying to hide that information from us. They've
Well,
already
and
been,
if I may, there's another one. I don't know if you guys saw this, but like within the last day, Grassley, I think it was, released information how the private counselor, whatever it was, who had gone after Trump, had inadvertently seen direct messages from the senators and congressmen outside of what they had a filter thing set up in the DOJ. So
Right,
they're
right.
supposed to just get the metadata, but they got the metadata and the messages, and yeah, it's protected information. So who goes in to lead the DOJ is especially important, not only because of Epstein or whatever. You'd think I'd remember his name. No, the pedo. Jeffrey.
So,
Yeah, that's right. But the second one would also be the apparatus within the DOJ, probably career people who intentionally worked with that attorney to break security clearances and personal private stuff. I think they call them working papers. So whoever goes in as DOJ, that would be theirs to prosecute.
so it goes on, and I'm going to read this next statement if I can, Ben. Blanche acknowledged the DOJ made mistakes. I'm sorry, in not redacting some victims' names in the files. However, and under pressure from Senator Blumenthal, Democrat from Connecticut, said he was sorry to the victims for those errors, adding, any mistake, excuse me, that he made should not have been made. He also faced no way.
That was a John Madden statement if I ever heard. Well, what we had there was a mistake, and what we got when you got a mistake is something that it should not have happened, which is the definition of a mistake. Jesus Christ.
So, as Blanche faces criticism from Democrats for previously serving as Trump's personal attorney, I know I'm going to eat shit over this one, but it's got to be said.
R.I.P. John Madden.
It's got to be said. As Blanche faces criticism from Democrats for previously serving as Trump's personal attorney, he drew raised eyebrows after Senator John Kennedy, Republican of Louisiana, asked if he was friends with Trump, with Blanche first responding, "I am his lawyer," before quickly correcting himself to say he was his lawyer. End quote.
Ooh, and you got John Kennedy against you? John Kennedy is one of the most popular junior senators, and he is the Inquisition. Like, that guy is a fantastic speaker, and he's coming out, and John Kennedy, you fueled John Kennedy with that. Ooh.
Here's another one. This is all important and pertinent to the panel. When asked Wednesday if he was independent from the White House as Attorney General, Blanche deflected, saying the DOJ is part of the executive and nothing. He will be part of Trump's cabinet, and noting he will be part of Trump's cabinet if confirmed. We certainly operate with integrity. Unquote.
This shit's getting what the Epstein files are about to get Watergated.
And to serve the American people
office at 3 a.m, throwing shit in a fucking paper mill.
And serve the American people and do the right thing, Blanche said, but added that if he's confirmed, I will be a member of the cabinet and President Trump can fire me whenever he wants. The nominee suggested he was unafraid to push back on the president. However, President Trump trusts me to give him counsel, he said. Counsel does not mean I'm a yes man.
Yeah, them Epstein files are going to get Watergated. There are going to be motherfuckers running around with flashlights at 3 a.m, deleting drives and throwing stuff into paper shredders. Like Pam Bondi flat, that lady, she got a peek behind the curtain and she did not know what to do with herself. She was not cool with it. And she even said, if we prosecute everybody from the Epstein files, the system will collapse. She said that shit on national TV.
Hey Ben, that's what I said before the last stream we had about 30-40 minutes ago. I'm not defending the people that are involved in that. You know, I want prosecutions regardless on what side you are, but when it happened, we need to face
the side that we're on is the non-PDF file side, and we want prosecution of every single person that is on the fucking PDF file side. And I don't care what other thing they call themselves. The only thing that matters to me is you're a PDF file, and you need to taken the fuck out of society.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, I don't think anybody on the right or the left or the middle or whatever the fuck you want to call it, I don't think anybody would disagree. We do not need a PDF file or PDF files in our government. And if we allow it to continue, what does that say about law and order and the integrity of the United States of America?
Well,
but I will stick to the quote.
Propaganda about us is now, right?
But let me finish, prick.
No, I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. I'm actually not shitting on you right now, but we.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. I'm just used to you shitting on me all the time, but that's okay. Fucking dick. But what I don't agree with is collapsing the government to do so. But if it has to happen, it has to happen.
Like, if our government is so infiltrated with PDF files that it would collapse them simply by removing those people, then let that motherfucker collapse and we'll rebuild it, because we don't need those people leading us.
Correct.
And I don't disagree with that, whether I support President Trump or not. But, you know, I do not want. Okay, if we were to allow, and I'll make the statement, I don't give a fuck. If we allowed criminals, regardless if it's civil or whatever, in our government, what does that say about the United States penal system?
And that it's two-tiered. And Cameron, I see you in the chat there. And I told you last night, I appreciate the apology and that you owned up to it. But we had over 500 viewers when you did that in the live right then, and we lost all of that momentum, and the show had to get taken down. And I understand, and I said this behind the scenes, that I don't think that you probably did that intentionally to be harmful. But even if you do that recklessly because you don't have self-control, the fact is either one, the end result is the same. We lose the stream, it gets taken down, we lose all the momentum. And I told you last night, I can't help you with that. But I appreciate the apology, brother. I do believe that you probably weren't doing that maliciously.
So I will just enlighten on that. Cameron, you are banned for 24 hours. I will take the ban off. Hopefully you understand. And Ben, I'm sure that you will probably agree with that. There is a punishment for TOS violations, period. If you do it again, we will permanently ban you.
Yep. And I can't, and I told you last night, I can't protect you from that because all you did was damage the show with that.
Yes.
You know, I want you to get your points across, bro. I want you to sit down there and argue with the right Republicans. And I want to sit in the middle and say you're both fucking dumb because that's my place. But now instead I gotta sit on the other side.
And
so moving on. What's up, Adam? How you been, brother?
What's up?
I'm all right, man. I actually owe Mr. Balderson an apology for my language the other night as well with Sarah because I also lost my temper a little bit.
Hold up, cuz were you the one going at Cat, right? Cat.
I also preach
Tarzan or whatever the hell his name is.
I think it's Joseph.
That, brother, and the word that you used, I've accidentally used that on stream. I'm from the 90s. We used that word like I put fucking butter on bread. Like just lather that on everything, right?
I'll be right back, Ben. I got to roll away a second.
Okay, Spin. I mean, I accidentally, and I wasn't even saying it maliciously at a person. I was descriptively using it to describe the way an alpaca side kicks, and I said it was a type sidekick, and I wasn't even, it's like, because in the 90s that's what we called everything.
Yeah, that's kind of where it went with me. I just like my instincts of my language started taking over, and I just was like, oh, and then I caught myself. I was like, shit.
I get it, but it's gotta, just like with Cameron, the punishment's gotta happen, and if you can't control
it, I totally agree.
You know, then because it wrecks the streams. Like that's,
yeah, I felt really bad because we had a really good momentum going that night too.
Yeah, we did too. We really did. That one had thousands and thousands of people on that one over the stream time. And at any given time, we were having a shit ton in the stream yard. And
we were doing pretty good.
Bro. I'm not, again, I've done it. One of my very close friends in person and on he's a co-host where we run together in both worlds. Have spent lots of hours together. He's lived at my house before, and he says that on like half the streams he's on because he's used to streaming over on Rumble where they aren't going to freak out because you said, something like that. Like YouTube's just ultra sensitive.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, I know you didn't say it last night, Cameron. I know it was 2 hours ago. That's the only reason I'm even on stream right now because I got alerted to you doing that 2 hours ago, but I'm saying that I warned you about that last night, and I explained it to you, bro. And I like you, man. And I appreciate you being up here and being a voice, but definitely just like I also like fucking Adam here and fucking but if you're breaking TOS and we got to take the show down, then we can't have you on the panel. It's not even that I disagree or that I wouldn't have said what Adam said to that guy that night. Especially I believe he called you that first.
Yeah, and he started coming at me with the personal attacks, and I was like, all right. So why are you being a blippity blip?
Yep. So I totally get it. I totally get what happened. I don't hold any anger about it. But at the end of the day, the show gets taken down. If we don't take it down, we end up getting a strike. Some liberal is watching it and takes offense, and then our channel gets reported 100 times. So all the work we just did is for nothing.
And
I agree, man. That's why I was like, so I kind of stay away for a little bit.
And I'm gonna elaborate on that. Mr. Balderson and I are very good friends. We know each other very, very well. And Mr. Balderson trusts me when I'm streaming to his that and mine and other people's at the same time. So the bottom line is immediately whenever it happened, I called Ben right on the phone and I said, trash it, because we're not. Listen, I am days away from the 19th, wasn't it, Ben?
Yeah,
19th.
Yep.
And I'm not going to have any bullshit. And just for people out there in La La Land, even when we're streaming to our channels from somebody else's StreamYard, if anything happens on that respective channel, we have to take our shit down. Like if we're on Sarah Tomatoes, sorry, got distracted. If we're on Sarah Tomatoes channel and something fucking happens, we immediately have to go in and we have to get rid of it, because we're not going to take the hit for somebody else. So I have a post-it note because I used to do that TOS thing. I have a post-it note sitting right here, TOS.
We all have done it. And I'm not criticizing.
We all do it, and you know what? We kick ourselves in the ass. But the biggest thing was we had over 500 fucking people watching, and that traction and the algorithm is in our favor because we're doing what YouTube wants, basically. And then all of a sudden, when somebody does something stupid, you can't fucking erase it because it's recorded. So
you got to trash it.
You got to trash the whole thing, then going in and editing it out, because guess what? You are losing part of the stream where the viewers could be 1,000 right at that given second. And it's just easier to take the fucking hit and deal with the problem from the person, ban them, kick them out, whatever, because an apology doesn't fucking work on stream. Okay. It just doesn't fucking work. How do we know that one, Mooney? You can't just say, oh, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah.
Nope.
Yeah, you got to practice what you preach.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
Adam. Absolutely.
I kind of want to address what you said about the government and everything, but Cameron, I'm not having this conversation with you on chat because I'm on the panel. I want to spend my divided attention, undivided. Just find me on Discord.
Can I make a comment real quick on the Epstein stuff, though? Because I was just listening in.
Oh, go ahead, Adam. Yeah, sure, please.
I think partly why the Epstein files aren't being released in its entirety is not just on an American political scale. It's a global scale. So it wouldn't just be our stuff that would be affected. It would be the world scale that's affected, and that would pretty much collapse the world order. And I'm not saying that I don't want it released or I don't think these victims deserve justice. I want to make that clear. I'm just saying I see it from a pragmatic view.
Right.
I mean, look, other countries, to be fair, have already prosecuted leaders.
Yes, they have.
Other countries
what was it?
Prosecuted leaders, something that somehow in our country we're like, yep, there was people selling kids. We prosecuted them and haven't somehow prosecuted a single buyer.
What country already was it? England or
England legitimately took a prince out of the line of succession and disowned a prince over this.
Well,
Prince Andrew.
I thought it was England. And didn't they lock his ass up somewhere for a while?
No, they stripped him of titles, and they did give him like one of the royal properties to live at, but he was real butthurt about it and thought he was still going to get special treatment, but they stripped him of everything. Title, security, money, all of it.
Well,
he's lucky his name didn't get blacked.
Well, he's lucky he didn't end up under the jail, if you know where I'm going with that.
And then I think it was
seriously,
Norway or Sweden or something prosecuted one of their prime ministers, one of the countries. Yeah, we got you, Al Capone. We got you. All the world leaders were black. We got you.
I mean, look, any essay or any PDF file or anything that has to do with children, period, they need to be like locked up on a place and just let them have their own devices to the adults, right? Or they should be, in my opinion, thrown in the wood chipper, right? Period. That's the bottom fucking line. Shout out to JD Delay.
There is an island in the Atlantic, I believe, that it only appears during low tide.
Go that way.
They should maybe put them all on that.
Well, there's an actual
Well, I mean-
island filled with cannibals that I think his name was Michael Rockefeller. You know, everybody knows who the Rockefellers were back in, I think, the 60s or 70s. One of the sons or nephews, Michael Rockefeller, he wanted to be a photographer.
Are you going to go?
And
Or?
he was documenting this tribe, and they basically ate him. I think that's where we should have put all those types of people there. Let them just get in, man.
Yeah, not here, not with civilization, because those people don't belong in civilization.
Absolutely agree.
Oh,
But,
Cloud, are you talking about that one journalist that went to that island with the those people eaters?
Well, there's
And
been a
went
few
missing?
situations, but yeah, the guy, you know, he was
He was a journalist.
yeah. Well, there's been a few, but more specifically, he was a Rockefeller, but he didn't really want to be involved in that world. He probably had $1 billion inheritance, or maybe back then it was several million. But regardless, I think his name was Michael Rockefeller, and because he chose, you know, a more natural, realistic approach to life, you know, photography and documentary of unknown tribes, he got eaten. Now, more to it, to make it quick, he basically was selling goods.
That's what he gets for not being an evil bastard.
Nah, yeah, I kind of said that wrong. I didn't mean for it to come out like that, but he was receiving things from the tribe. They actually didn't eat him outright, but he was receiving items, then trying to sell those items for other things, and the tribe took it as an insult. And one of the last known photos that they believe was him is there was a Caucasian man butt naked, tied up, being escorted by the tribe, and they believe it was him, but it was from the back, so they're not sure. But send all those types of people to that island, and you know, let the tribe know, hey, you know, those people.
Sounds nice. They
But
sound like
hey, Spin. Go ahead, Ben. My fault.
I said they sound like nice people. I agree. We can send them there. They sound nice. And we always forget to tell everybody to like the subscribe. As Uncle Guns pointed out, if everybody goes and hits like on the vertical, we'll jump back up in the algorithm and get our place back.
Hey,
which we would appreciate.
this guy said that I should have the elves do all the stuff.
Yeah.
If the elves were going through the Epstein files, they would have been discovered by Christmas, at least last Christmas.
Look, if he, what did you want, Kraut? You said my name.
Yeah. Oh well. After we're done talking about subsets of the subject, I kind of want to get back to what you said. So I'll let you say what you were fixing to say.
Look, if everything in the Epstein files and everything was aired out, or all the dirty laundry, would it really, other than the government people that were there, would it really serve justice?
Yes.
Yeah.
It would.
Why would you think any otherwise?
I'm not. It's just a question, dialogue. That's all. I mean, look, I believe that I said it, and I'll say it again. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. Anybody that does the Mann Act, or whatever you want to call it, needs to be thrown in the wood chipper. Okay, or disappeared out of society. Period. End of story. Okay.
But that's going to be a little, I don't mean to cut you off. That would be a little tricky, because there are women that lie and say that men have done things to them that are not true. and have been convicted and lost their lives,
Well,
livelihoods.
nobody's saying read the files and whatever the files say, you just go off of that. But
I thought he meant I thought he was talking in generalities.
No.
the investigation's been totally blocked and the files aren't released, and the investigation isn't even happening. This is a decade-old thing.
Oh,
How are people,
no, I agree. I misheard him. I apologize.
like if your name's in there, they need to do a proper investigation. And if you fail, and if you are guilty of this, then yes, 100%, we don't need you in our society.
Oh yeah,
That's
I agree,
right, and that's what I was
1000% with that.
And
I misheard. I thought he was talking about like regular people.
And that's
No,
what
no,
we're
no.
talking about. They put a halt to everything. They're not asking questions. They're not any of them. Not the alleged victims. Not the guilty ones. They're not questioning anyone on what their involvement with Epstein was. The file has basically been put on the back burner, and no one wants to bring attention to it. And that's the problem.
I agree with that.
Yeah, where are these people that are actually defending Trump's decision? Get up on the panel, and you people wanting to defend this Trump position of absolute insanity, and then gonna appoint a guy that we all who's very actively trying to subvert the investigation. And Andy's Trump's lawyer, and Trump came out and after promising everybody to fully release the Epstein files while he was running for president, as soon as he became president, said, who's even asking about that anymore? That's old news. That's old news. What you're a moron if you're asking about that. Are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
How many of you think it has to do with Melania? Because there appeared to be some leaking about her origin story with respect to Trump, and perhaps that's what he was trying to hide.
She was successful long before she met Trump. She was doing things long before him, so I don't think it really has anything to do with her.
I think wasn't Melania a model or something?
Include having been part of a sexual operation. That could have been part of her rise before meeting Trump.
Oh yeah. I meant I thought he meant like she was out here.
She knew
Sex
people that knew
trafficking.
people. Yeah.
I agree with that.
She could have been one of the sex trafficked.
Because I think it was her friend in South America who at least created in rough lines that she was more involved than had previously been.
If I'm correct, Melania was some sort of model scholar or something prior to.
Well, we all know fucking Harvey Weinstein. We all know about the casting couch. We all know that those girls that rise to fame based off of their appearance are typically sexually predated on.
Yeah, because men suck sometimes, like a lot, but there are a lot of predators.
So, Spin, can I ask you a question? Are you generally scared of our society collapsing through the government because both parties will be prosecuted and arrested? Let's say that happens, or prosecuted and arrested, and now we have no politicians to run our government.
I wouldn't say
right. You understand?
Well, when they say genius visa, Pepper, yeah, she was granted a genius visa to get in here. But when they say genius, what they mean is you're top of your field. So undeniably, she was at the top of her field at that time. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're the most you're some savant intelligence. It just means that you're the top of your field. And because a lot of people don't realize that it was called the Einstein visa by nickname for years, and it just meant that we want the top of all the fields to come here, and so we can be the top of all the fields.
Well, that's what we did after World War II. We basically abducted, for lack of a better word, all the German scientists because they were really
Oh, we poached them.
We saved.
We didn't abduct. We just took.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I said abducted for lack of a better word. I forgot what they actually did.
You can either go be prosecuted.
I was just gonna say what he's saying right now.
You can either be prosecuted for your crimes against humanity, or we're going to divide you up between the side that won. And
Basically, they were like, do you want death or do you
Yeah.
want a job?
yeah.
So we gave him an ultimatum. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I shouldn't
If
have
I
said
were
it
to
that
call
way.
much of it's not much of an ultimatum. I mean, it's like, well, one choice is I go on the ground, the other is I go work at NASA.
Exactly.
But,
Listen, Werner. Listen, Werner.
Werner.
We know all the dirty shit you did. You're either going to get strung up or you can go hang out with Walt Disney and be the fucking first head of NASA and we'll pay you billions of dollars and give you power. Which one you want to do?
Well, to answer
Right.
your question, Kraut, I'm not afraid that the government will collapse because there's always a plan A, B, C, and D.
How
But do we really
how
want?
deep does this go in the playbook is the question then.
Yes.
They're gonna release the aliens.
Well, so
My God.
I wouldn't hold to the contingency plans because they themselves are obviously enacted by the government. So we're talking about a complete government shutdown. And in my opinion, I'm not opposed to it. Every empire has fallen. Americans have always rose atop. We rose atop during the revolution. The right side, which I'm a firm believer in, right makes might. The right side rose atop during the Civil War.
You're a fascist. No, I'm just kidding.
He went the opposite. Actually, he would be a religious man because from what he's saying is he said right makes might, not might makes right. So right makes might means that the gods and good has judged your actions and thus made you successful.
Sure.
Yeah. But, so I'm not opposed to that idea.
Listen, I'll say it again. If people in high positions or whatever in the United States government have done something wrong, whether it be pedophile or PDF file or some dumb shit like that, right? If they have to go to jail, so be it. If Donald Trump has to go to jail, so be it. I don't think anybody would disagree with me.
I'm shaking my head right now in agreement with you, Spin.
That, if it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt and rock solid evidence that this man has done something wrong, well, he needs to be held accountable.
He's got to go. Well, I support Trump, but I agree with you on that. If I see some concrete evidence that he is a PDF, well, my support's gone. Even with the right,
my support would be gone just as well. I mean, but up until today at 1637 hours Eastern time or 437 hours, I have not seen or heard or been told anything credibly other than propaganda and speculation that just because there was a superficial or a tie to Jeffrey Epstein that he participated in any criminal acts or anything like that. Yes, maybe he's. I mean,
You're skewing the facts a little bit. He was in the files more times than Jesus is in the Bible. Literally,
I agree with that.
He's actively stifling the investigation and trying to put his attorney, who's actively stifling the investigation, as the Attorney General of the United States, and they haven't released half the files, and they've redacted giant swaths, and there's already been Senate hearings proving that some of those swaths are protecting the perpetrators, not the victims.
So, Ben, it was just pointed out to me. My daughter just pointed this out to me, and she's only 14, and she knows this. Trump's name was mentioned more times in the files than Harry Potter's name was in the entire series.
Holy fuck!
Over 3,800.
Smoke fire. At least there's something to investigate.
Over 3,800 times.
To be fair,
Uh-huh.
Harry Potter was also addressed as the boy who led. So I'd rather go with Ben's explanation that he was mentioned more times than Jesus than Harry Potter.
But I mean, for a 14-year-old to point that out,
I'm just joking.
I mean, if the United States government were to crash over,
Holy shit! According to Google, Brian just looked it up.
Right.
Harry Potter's name is only mentioned 1,800 times in that entire giant series, and fucking Trump has mentioned, what was it, 3,000 or 4,000 times in the fucking Epstein file.
According to Brian Shapiro, it's about 40,000 times.
I
yeah,
don't-
Brian Shapiro's a fucking.
Yeah, I
idiot.
don't
I think it's three- I think it's-
Brian
I was
Shapiro-
just trying to be
Shapiro-
cute.
Brian Shapiro is more satire than anything.
Oh, I have it out from time to time with Low T Shapiro. We debate each other. He doesn't
Oh, I
really
have it
like
out
me.
from
Actually,
all
I just got banned from his show for pointing out that listen, I don't want to come off as heartless or anything. I personally don't care what ICE has to do at this point. When I saw millions of people flood into this country, and I saw hundreds of people, Americans, die, and I have the list of their names. So he made a video yesterday saying that anyone that supports Trump or this or that, you got blood on your hands because of these ICE shootings. So I called in. I said, well, Brian, I think that also applies to you Democrats and you so-called independents when none of you cared about these victims, these mothers and daughters and children being murdered by illegals, brutally raped and whatnot. So by your logic, then you have blood on your hands as well.
Joe Cool is saying, and I trust what Joe Cool's saying. He's neither. He's like I am. He doesn't like either side, and he says the 38,000 figure includes business and wife mention, and his wife being mentioned. So they're just now taking anything that's even sideways attached to Trump and adding
Oh,
that.
all right, yeah.
And like I said, Joe Cool's not at all trying to defend Trump. He's just being real about it.
I mean,
I agree with everybody. I think if they did anything, I don't care who they are, they need to go. Prosecution, jail, or as the angry American said, wood chippers.
wood chipper. No, sorry.
Well, I mean, the thing is that if people ask, and I don't mean, I'll shut up after this. People ask, why aren't the victims just coming out and saying who's who and what's what? And they don't realize that if these women did that, there'd be targets on their backs.
This attorney general refused to interview the victims.
Yeah.
Refused.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Right. Like this is what we're saying. Like this is pretty fucking wild. But if we want to get a fight, repeat what you're talking about with your talking point with Brian Shapiro then and ICE.
Oh yeah. So Brian made a video yesterday. He was very upset about the ICE shootings, which is understandable. So he lost his cool a little bit on his radio show and said, well, anyone that supports Trump, all you MAGA mushroom gobblers, blah, 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 is usual crap. He says, you got blood on your hands because we support Trump. And if you support ICE, you're complicit with murder. So I had brought up the victims like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Ngari that were murdered by illegals during Biden's time up to this point. And he said, they're not the same. I said, how are they not the same? By your logic, you would have blood on your hands because you support a party that told us for years this wasn't happening, that illegals weren't doing any of this, that the border was secure.
I would say that the comparison is fair. That you're only given two very bad choices as options for president. And the system set up
Right.
that way so to try and hold the people complicit that are duped into participating in that system. I wouldn't go that far, But I would definitely very harshly. So I'm very harshly against ICE in their implementation. I think that it's absolute foolishness on the part of the right, that anybody that's supporting it, that this is a degradation of the Constitution and it's an implementation of further federal powers in the states, which is going to backfire, just like when Biden was in office and he used the letter agencies to go after the people on the other side, including parents at PTA meetings.
Right.
That when you empower federal officers with guns, that power is not going to go away with Trump leaving office, and you can't. And as soon as a Democrat goes into office, that power is going to get pointed at somebody else, and that's where I have a severe problem with this entire system. So I'm heavily against ICE. I feel very bad that those people got killed, but I'm very happy about the public's reaction, because I think that this is going to be a fairly fatal pushback against that whole system, which was an extreme federal overreach in the first place.
Well, let's not even talk about the federal level right now. Let's talk about, or let's include in this, the state, regional, and local officials that may or could be doing stuff like this too.
Well, the problem is this is two separate subjects, and I understand how in your head they're interconnected, because they on the surface seem to be. But the problem is from a federal government standpoint, if the federal government feels that the state is not abiding by the laws, the federal government then needs to seek remedy through the judicial system. The federal government doesn't then arm itself and start enforcing itself like authoritarian, like on the states. It needs to seek remedy through the judicial system, as is the fucking proper channels. This is why we have a check and balance system.
I have to contest that a little bit, because on the state level, you got these Democrats that are unwilling to work with ICE and allow them to just go to jails and safe spaces. So there's fault on both sides with it.
I didn't say don't do anything. Listen to what I said carefully. The fucking remedy for that is through the judicial system. So the federal government takes the state officials that are refusing to cooperate with the laws in front of the judiciary, the federal judiciary or the Senate. And then
all right, I get what you're saying now.
That is adjudicated. Now, what they're doing is they're bypassing the proper channels and bringing in troops to force their will federally, and that is not the way this works. And when the Democrats take power, they're going to use that same power.
I don't think the police are obligated to help them or work with them because of what they're doing. It's federal strong arm shit. I don't think the police are obligated. Not you. I'm not saying you said that. I'm talking to the previous guy.
The court may decide against them, and then that's the court's decision. This is the check and balance. That's why this is the proper.
Right. No, I was speaking to the previous guy, whoever it is, who said that it sucks that the police aren't helping them. I don't think that they're obligated.
I didn't say the police. I said the Democrats. I said politicians are doing this to block ICE from doing their job at jails where it's safe.
I thought you said to block.
No. The police, their hands are tied. I don't fault the police. They got to do what they got to do because someone else is in charge. So they got to follow whatever rules they got to.
Well, wouldn't the politicians fall under the same thing? All of this shit.
No, politicians are. No, when they're actively hindering investigations and not letting people be taken out of this country, the Democrats are doing it because they need votes. That's why. I don't care how you want to chop it up. That's why they got these sanctuary cities. Look at Chicago. Look at how many innocent people die in Chicago while they protect illegals, while their own citizens are just killing each other every other weekend. In mass.
And how is ICE?
That's Brandon Johnson. That's not the police. That's Brandon Johnson.
Wait, you're jumping a bunch here. I'm not sure what ICE has to do with protecting the citizens from dying in Chicago. So I think you've totally jumped topic. And again,
what I'm getting at with that is that if ICE could go to the jails,
bro. Okay. Because you strayed a bit. I wanted the first part that you said. I wouldn't even. I wanted to say that.
I
I said,
apologize.
my man, it's cool. I said that the police. I'm not so sure they had to work with them. And then you said you met the politicians. I wanted to say under the same philosophy, in most cases, the politicians wouldn't be wanting to work with them anyway, because all of the shit they're doing is illegal. In Chicago, they arrested Operation Midway Blitz, is what it was called. 5,000 something people. They found that 12 fit the bill, and they had to arrest them by the hundred. I mean, let them go by the hundreds. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of cases just from Chicago alone of them violating rights. Why would a politician jump on board when they're doing the shit against the law? They're not. They shouldn't be out there doing that shit. All that shit turned out to be illegal. Even the weapons they possessed, they couldn't use them on the crowds. All that shit turned out to be illegal.
Okay, so none of that would happen if they were allowed to go to jails and do the job they were doing under Barack Obama and Biden the same way they've been doing it. Why did you not see any of this kind of crap with Biden and Obama? Because the Democrats worked with them. They didn't give them all this opposition. They didn't sit here and be like, "Oh, you can't mess with ICE. ICE is so bad. ICE bad, man."
If you think about it, they didn't give Trump shit either. Everybody applauded him when he first began doing this. You know why? For the same reason they applauded Obama and Biden, because they went after the hardened criminals. Trump ran out of hardened criminals and started going after the grocery store people and going to Home Depots and shit. That's when all of this shit jumped off. When he was going after hardened criminals with records, no one had a problem with it.
I have to disagree, because they were definitely getting special treatment with Biden and Obama. They didn't give half the shit that Trump's going through right now with immigration. They did not do, period, to Obama or Biden.
Obama's record, 96%
well, then why are they doing it to Trump? If they could do it in a safer way.
The people Obama got rid of had hardened records. With Trump, his first however many months, that's what he did. Then when he ran out of those,
that's a left wing talking point. You're speaking.
I'm just giving stats. I'm sorry if it affects your baggage from hearing a left wing person say it before me. It's just a stat.
And I don't believe any of these stats. I don't. I see what I see with my eyes.
Right?
Why? No, it's not different. The difference is that Trump wanted to come in, do the immigration thing. Why couldn't he do it the same way Biden and Obama did it? Because the Democrats do not want, they want to make this man look bad whatever way they can. They got to protect their little voter base up there in those sanctuary cities. Meanwhile, we got communists winning all over the place. Yeah, that's a real coincidence too, right?
This is just
why is it that why are they going so hard for these immigrants? Why is it that the left can never answer that?
You're just jumping around with talking points. Is there really a question or something in there or a concern? You're just jumping around with just.
Gentlemen, I don't want to be rude. Joe, gentlemen, I don't want to be rude, but Santa has had his hand up for the last 8 minutes.
Oh, I apologize, sir. I thought you had frozen.
Nope. No. That only happens where Santa lives.
He was frozen too, my bad.
Santa's just chilling. Now, one of the things that I think gets lost in the ICE discussion is that with them directing or reporting directly to Homeland Security, which is a cabinet position under the president, we have de facto another agency that can be directed individually by the president. One, if you're not concerned about your security or anything else, you might want to be. And two, as Joe mentioned, there have been a lot of missteps and mistakes, with a number of people being falsely arrested, which is a violation of their rights. And then on the other side, on the other side, I would argue that the sanctuary cities and states are releasing people instead of honoring the detainer that ICE has already set up. So, question to Joe: have you seen the detainers abused?
Well, you don't really get to see the detained. I do have a video, and it's rare because they keep you so far away of them taking from the van to the place.
How convenient.
Yes, they keep you really far away. I do have them taking them just from the van to inside the place. You would never see inside, and I didn't see abuse there except for one of the videos I got. These guys were young and they just looked scared to death. It didn't make it abuse though, but they look way too young to be doing that shit.
Yeah.
Well, the point is, when you are brought into the court of law, regardless. Now, let me preface the illegal invaders that came into this country. When they do a crime, whether it be driving under the influence or, something, whatever, that they have to go see a judge. Okay. The judges ask them, are you in this country legally or illegally? And they have to submit proof right at that point that they are here in this country legally.
You do recognize, Ben, that they're not getting to trial. I mean, a lot of these people are being held on short-term bases, partly because of overcrowding and partly because of the sanctuary city. So they might have a PC appearance, but they're not yet getting to trial.
Right, because they're not showing up. And then warrants are issued.
Yeah.
They stopped showing up when people started getting arrested when they showed up. You realize that, right? They all were legal and showing up for their visits. And then when they started running out of hardened criminals, they started arresting these people when they go to their predetermined, calculated visits. And everybody got scared and they stopped going then. But most of these people were going and doing a process that stopped going.
Right. And Joe, I'm sure you would agree as well. They're coming into court. They're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing. They're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing. What's up, Rocky?
Hector Salamanca.
And then Joe, now let me finish, Joe, before you interrupt me.
Okay.
They are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but being arrested because they're not in the country legally. So, I mean, on one hand, I say good for them. My biggest hand, good for them. They're not supposed to be here. They have no right to be here, and they are clogging up the criminal justice system more inferentially than what an American does.
You really, that's not really true, right? They're not clogging up the system more than an American could do.
Okay.
Yeah, and one could argue that when you arrest all these motherfuckers and let the courts handle it later, you might be the guy. The system was working to some capacity. You got no business fucking with people who are already going through the system. That's working. And when you try and go get other individuals, you end up with endless lawsuits and endless.
Listen, Joe, I dig it, man. I got your vibe. I'm just saying, the court system. Okay, let me digress a second. The court
real
system.
Quick, the immigration courts are clogged. It takes years for them to even get their court cases. So
estimated 7 years.
Angry American is right. It is clogged. We do need more immigration judges, without a doubt.
But my argument is not the immigrants' fault that you gave them a 7-year process. I wouldn't blame
it's their fault for coming here illegally.
Well,
that's why you don't
all the time,
right?
I don't. Listen, hold on. Let me land my plane real quick. Let me just ask you this one thing. If I go in a store and I steal a pack of gum and that's a misdemeanor, under the law, though I might just get a citation for a pack of gum, I can still go to jail, can I not?
Yes.
Right. So if someone comes into my country illegally and it's a misdemeanor and it's under their purview that they can be deported, there is no reason why we cannot follow the law of deportation. You are here illegally. I don't care if it's a felony, a misdemeanor. It doesn't matter. You got to go.
Okay, my argument of contention was that the law is not being followed. It's been changed under Trump. He just woke up
by the Democrats.
There's nothing to do with Trump changing the law every day in a new executive order, like making it illegal with birthright citizenship, trying to change that shit.
Yeah, really? Do you want terrorists to just come plant their babies over here from Iran
That
and now
is
they're
a different.
citizens?
That's a
No,
different
no, no.
argument.
Look at these
The
primaries,
point is,
guy.
he's
Look at
changing
these
the law.
primaries. That
You're
is all you
moving the
got to look at is
argument.
these
You're moving the
primaries, dude.
goalposts again.
Oh, I'm not. I'm
Okay,
pointing out
Joe.
examples that you don't want to hear or don't
I
like.
said he was changing the law, and you said, well, they
Okay,
deserve it
Joe.
because
Here's the
you
thing.
didn't comment on whether they were changing the law. Now
How
Trump is
long?
changing the law.
How
They
long
were,
is the
but
law?
the immigrants were invited here. They came here because they were invited. Obama
Yeah, by Joe
invited them
Biden and
here.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
an argument there. And all of these people are, most of them are looking for whatever you call that shit,
Amnesty.
amnesty. So they're not determined to be illegal yet. We just cut that shit out. Well, Trump cut that out of the Constitution and just send them home.
Right,
Some of
because
them
we
like,
got
I
them
got a
flooding on the
license,
false
social
pretenses,
security number.
guy.
I can show you. You still get your day in court, though. Yeah.
Asylum's the word you gentlemen are looking for.
Thank you.
You guys are all
Yeah,
immigrants.
yeah. I
You
was
guys-
going to say asylum. I thought it was amnesty.
Asylum, yes,
Well, they're probably
which is
looking for
legal.
That's
Yeah.
wrong, Rocky. You're wrong, Rocky. Or Bill
We're
Burr,
all
you're wrong.
immigrants. We all
You're
came here.
wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not an immigrant. I was born here.
If I could bring everybody's attention back, does anyone know the stats? Hi, Oswald. Did anybody know the stats from the Dreamers or the DACA? Because there were a lot of people and they were young children when they came over. What's the crime statistic for them versus general population in the United States? I would argue it's lower.
I heard it's a lot lower, many times lower than the average American citizen. And 20,000 federal lawsuits alone filed against ICE.
Yeah.
Right, because they can't do their job in a safe manner. So you wouldn't have Renee Goods or Alex Preddies if they were allowed to go to the jails and do their shit the right way without
What
having
that
to be in
means
the
go to a
streets.
jail
But
and
see,
do that
this
shit. What does
this
that
is where
mean?
the left. This is where I get
You're
mad
about
at
to
you
jump
leftists
again. What
because you
did that
guys
mean, going to the
disregard
jails
all
and
of
doing
that.
thing?
You disregard it all.
I don't know what it meant. What does it mean going to the jail and doing that
Adam,
thing?
to be clear, Joe is not a leftist.
Good guys.
Joe,
Neither
No, I'm not
God,
saying he
no.
is.
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
either.
Joe, I'm sorry. I'm not calling you a
It's
leftist.
okay.
I'm saying the left.
It's okay. What does it mean they go to jail and do that thing? What does that mean? You said it twice now. I don't know what that means.
They picked the illegal immigrants at the jail for the detainers.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
I
If people are
agree that
stopping
should
them
be
from
changed.
going to pick up a person from jail who committed a crime, that can't be a thing.
It doesn't
Okay,
even
but
mean
wait
they
a minute.
committed a crime. They're just here illegally. They get an ICE detainer. The jail holds them.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Am I
Yes.
low? Okay.
No, you
All right.
sound good actually.
Okay. So, couldn't we all agree that somebody that has come into this country illegally has committed a crime, whether it's civil or criminal?
We can all,
Absolutely.
at least
Yes or
I
no?
can
Yes
agree.
or no? Yes or no?
I can't speak for everyone. I can agree. Yes.
That's what the
I
that's what
can
the
agree
Native
with that.
Americans
It should be
said.
right up with smoking cigarettes at 17.
Okay.
Yes.
So regardless, they have committed a crime,
Yeah.
Sure.
whether it's civil or criminal.
I
Whether
think that's civil.
I think it's
A
federal
civil-
civil.
Okay,
Civil. It's a civil misdemeanor.
it's a civil
Yeah.
misdemeanor, which is punishable if found out by
Deportation.
a court of law, or immigration court, whatever the fuck you want to call it,
That's what it's
that
called.
they have committed a civil crime. Hello, Mr. Clay.
Hey, what's happening?
I think Joe
Oh,
would
I
agree
didn't know if that was you,
process
Clay. Man,
is
I didn't see your
pretty
name,
clear.
and it's the whole different outfit.
Hey, Asbaroom,
Yeah.
thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming up.
On the big
Good to see
computer
you.
today.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
know.
back to
Good to
my
see you.
diatribe. Back
They
to my
committed a
diatribe.
crime is where you are.
So they have committed a crime, whether it's civil or criminal. The federal government has the right. That's true. That is so true. The federal government can or cannot take it a criminal act. And Clay, I want you to weigh in here. the federal government can
Somebody
treat
dying.
an immigration crime as civil or criminal? Yes or no?
There's criminal punishments as well as civil punishments, and both can, and not. It's either or. It's either or, and they can do both. So it's either or and. So
Okay.
there are
What does the
punishments on both sides, civil and
Constitution,
criminal.
word for word, verbatim, which I know you know, what does the Constitution of the United States say about immigration or illegal immigration or whatever the verbiage is?
So
Whoever's dying, mute your mic.
I know,
Unless you're really
right? It's
dying.
fucking Rocky.
It's 6 months in prison, up to 6 months. It is federal. It's 8 USC section 1325.
1325, yes. Right. But what does the Constitution say?
So
It does.
it does.
Constitution says everybody's welcome.
Okay, everybody is welcome. But does the Constitution say anything about any process to become a legal U.S. citizen?
I don't think other
US
than born
code?
here. I don't know other than born here. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
familiar.
I'm not-
Clay, do you know of one other than birth?
Well, here's the problem. We're mixing a whole bunch of different arguments
Sure.
into one
Yeah.
pot and then pretending like it's the same thing. The very first argument that we're having is ICE. Now, the problem isn't, and bringing up illegals, nobody in the art panel was trying to say that illegals need to stay. What the problem is ICE in the way that they function.
Agreed.
and how that is a problem of federal overreach. That the
Right.
federal government was supposed to go through the courts to seek remedies for a grievance that they thought was of the state not keeping up with the law. And then you remove those state officials who are breaking the law, or the court finds that they're not. But that's to decide by the court. That's the system of checks and balances. ICE
Correct.
is a bypass of the system of checks and balances. It brings federal troops into the state. And that is where the true problem is. So no matter what,
But Ben,
I don't give a
understand.
shit if ICE is playing fucking flipjacks out in the city park. They have no business having power in the state.
I'm going to agree with Ben, and I'm going to say the reason they don't use the courts is because every time they go to courts, they lose. Everything that they try is a losing. It's against the Constitution. That's why they act outside of the court. They are
Okay,
allergic to it.
so Brick is in here. I asked him to come in here because of the constitutional arguments that we're having and I'm having and conflicts. I have never agreed with all the tactics that Immigration's Custom Enforcement or ICE has taken.
That's no statement. I've never agreed with everything someone has done. You ain't stepped out on a limb. I can't stand when you do that lame ass
I
shit.
haven't. I have not agreed with everything that they've done.
No
or
one
their
agrees with
tactics.
everything. You ain't said nothing, right, Spin? No one
Okay,
agrees with
Jay,
everything.
let me land the
Trump,
fucking
Biden, Kamala,
plane.
no one agrees with that shit. You ain't starting off well.
Let me land the fucking plane. Okay? Jesus. The bottom line here is this. How would one go, or ICE or whatever, go about finding these people that have come into this country illegally?
Well, what are the legal remedies? The first thing they do, and they did when no one had a problem with, they found the people already who had documented committed violent crimes. And it looks like they got all of those fucks between Biden, Obama, and Trump in his first year of really just, it took months for him to just wipe out everybody who had a record. And
Okay,
the rest,
so then
you're gonna
so
have
then
to
the
end up
excuse
going
was for
through
Biden
court.
to let them back in?
Biden's not president. What are we talking about?
No. You said in Trump's first term and the previous and prior administrations got rid of them, and then Biden just let them back in.
I said that the way to get rid of them was the first step was to go after the ones with records. That was all I commented on. Which
Okay, ones with
Trump,
records.
Biden,
What do we do about the ones that don't have the records that are still in this country illegally? How do we find them?
very good. The first thing we do is how do we find them?
How do we find them?
Shit, how do you find someone who's been here illegally? I don't know how you can do that without breaking the Constitution or waiting for them to do something wrong, which I'm okay with, because the longer they sit around and they did nothing wrong, then they're proving the only reason we want them to come in the country and stop off and go through a process to be vetted so we can make sure they're not criminals. So
Okay,
if they
so what you're prescribing here, Joe.
Let me land it. I'm
Go
going to tell
ahead.
you what I'm prescribing. What I'm prescribing is that the best vetting process is a motherfucker who been here for 15 years, 17 years, ain't broke a law. 20, 30 years, got kids in school, got a business, and ain't broke a law. He's been vetted. This is how we find out.
Okay, they've been or they've been vetted and gone through the process, or they're just here overstayed a visa or whatever or however they got here.
They've been vetted by the process of being here and their neighbors, being good American people, good American values, breaking no law, contributing to society.
But
their
they broke a
neighbors
law.
love them. That's the best vetting process anyone can ever ask for. Is going to beat any bureaucrat in an office on Tuesday twice a month.
But wait a minute, they already broke a law by overstaying their visa or coming into the country illegally.
We agree that perhaps they broke a law. That's not even to be determined, because there are reasons that you could be here. If you say they came here illegally and they say, I request asylum because I feel threatened, they no longer broke a law. Now, and which is one of the case that most of them fall under, now it must go through the judge. It must go through the process.
Asylum.
Who determines it? I don't know. A judge out of asylum.
A judge. You're right. A judge determines asylum. Well,
right.
Everybody that has come into this country over the last, when Biden's administration was claiming asylum, it was bullshit. You could agree with that, correct?
No. And I think it's irrelevant. I don't
get
care
a job.
what Biden
Wait a minute.
We're talking about ICE right now, killing motherfuckers. I don't know why we keep ending up. You started off with this bold statement. I don't agree with some of the things. Well, what do you disagree with they did?
That they're doing?
Tell me the tactics that they're doing that you disagree with. Let's keep it where it's supposed to be. Stop dancing.
Flexi cuffing children. No, I don't agree.
You go for the obvious. What else you got? Hurting children. Everybody hates that shit. You fail to step out on the limb.
Okay.
Be bold, be brave.
People coming into this country are claiming asylum because they can't make it where they are. That's not asylum.
So what do you agree that ICE did? Do you agree with them?
I agree that ICE is removing them.
Cars?
I believe I truthfully and wholeheartedly believe that ICE is removing these people because they're here illegally. They're out driving cars. They're out killing people. They're out. They're out committing heinous.
I think you finally answered my
crimes.
question indirectly. What is ICE doing that you disagree with? Was the question.
I don't agree with some of their constitutional violations, but.
Can you name those? Don't give me a but. I want to hear what you disagree with. You want to
disagree?
dance.
Okay, Joe. Calm down, Joe. Yeah. Calm down. Smoke a blunt. Whatever.
I was already reaching.
I don't agree with how they are targeting people, but on the other hand, how do we find these people?
You dance agree. You dance again. You do agree.
I'm not dancing.
It's very difficult.
You asked a question. I answered it. It's not dancing.
I said what you disagree with.
Let the hate flow.
At the end of the day, we are not going to be able to remove these people unless we know who they are. And if we don't go out into the if we don't go out into the community and ask people or detain them until proven.
Whoa! This is where it gets good. Are you saying that we should go out because Trump made this a fucking rule too? It won't hold up constitutionally. But anyone who's brown skinned, that's now probable cause to detain and violate their Fourth Amendment. This would hold on. This would work for you, Spen. You want us to go out and find out who they are. Are you okay? I know Clay ain't okay with that shit. Are you okay with them going after everybody's First Amendment because they're brown, Fourth Amendment because they're brown?
No, but
how are we gonna catch these niggas then?
Okay, so all three of us are up here now. Terry v. Ohio, is that a thing?
Brick?
Yes, it is.
So is that constitutionally permitted?
God, no.
Does it happen?
It's constitutionally permitted because guess what? The Supreme Court has decided. And guess who decides whether something's constitutional or not?
The Supreme Court.
It's the Supreme Court that it's not constitutional or it stays constitutional.
So right now, I ask the question again.
No, it's not constitutional.
Is Terry versus Ohio
no, you need probable cause to stop
constitutionally
someone and
protected,
search them.
sir?
You don't have that. No, you need probable cause under the Constitution.
Right.
You don't have that under Terry v.
Or at
Ohio.
least
No, it's not
articulable.
constitutional.
Okay, if
No,
if a
higher
gentleman goes
standard
out
in the
and
Constitution, not suspicion,
okay,
or a probable cause.
now wait a minute, wait a
No
minute.
suspicion.
If somebody goes out and jaywalks, is that a crime?
Yes.
Wait, is that a crime?
It depends on which.
Might be a civil infraction.
It might be nefarious, but it might be nefarious, but is it a crime? The answer
I
is
got
yes.
a citation for
Yes,
one.
It can be. It can
Okay,
be.
can be. There's
Can
your
I
probable
address
cause.
something Joe
Yeah.
said, though?
Hold on.
It's a
hold on.
misdemeanor.
not
When you
really a
jaywalk,
crime. It's a traffic citation. So there's
Correct. Correct. And Ben, let me ask you this question. Anytime that you've done a traffic offense, what's the first thing they fucking ask for? Identification.
All infractions are arrestable. That's Supreme Court ruling. All infractions are arrestable.
Absolutely. If I'm doing 80 and a 65, I become a super speeder. Guess what? I go to jail. That's not a fucking traffic ticket.
Unless your name is Paul Pelosi.
Yeah, well, yeah. Now,
Didn't have enough children. So
the bottom line is, if I'm jaywalking, just because I'm jaywalking, they're going to ask for identification. If you can't provide identification and they ask the question, why don't you have identification? Have you ever had identification? Are you in this country legally or illegally? What can they say other than turn around and run? Because that's what 90% of them do.
Now you're bringing.
I disagree with that.
Now you're bringing in they committed a crime.
I lived through this in Arizona.
Your question was how to find people that haven't committed the crimes.
Right.
Most people have committed crimes. You just said so. You listed out a fucking hypothetical where they committed a crime.
Okay, I'm a law enforcement officer, and I see you jaywalk, or I see you doing something that I want to question you about. Okay.
Well, now that's two different things. A jaywalk is a
okay.
I want to question you about stuff is not legal.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, they can't.
Yeah, I think they should we need workers. If they come here and they don't commit crimes, leave them alone. If they commit a crime, then you prosecute them, send them back. It's just like Joe said. I mean, we need workers in this country. You white boys haven't had enough children, so we need some.
Sir, I have worked my entire.
Whoa! We don't got to make it about race now, Hector.
I literally have worked my whole fucking life, kid. Okay, Rocky, who owns his own fucking place.
Hey, that's not Rocky. That's Hector Salamanca. Put some respect on his name.
He doesn't want to do. Rocky's a fucking piece of shit. Okay.
They
He likes
do it
to
all.
tell people
They're using
they
it.
don't
They're
need
using
to
this
follow the fucking
immigration
law.
as
He believes the
this is
earth
a
is
weapon.
flat. Okay.
That
This
this
guy
is
is
a
a
weapon. They're
Clay, I was
using
just joking,
immigration as a weapon.
Sorry.
They're
Look,
using it as a weapon.
Hold on, Rocky. Let him finish. Hold on.
Constitutionality, right, of whether immigration enforcement is legal or not really falls down to the enforcement, because it's them who has sworn the oath, okay, or not. Some of them probably don't give a damn about the oath, just signed a piece of paper in their mind, but it's on them. If they commit a crime, they too should be prosecuted, and that's what it's really about, is because those people who have this badge are not being prosecuted. That's what should happen. If it is a case of did they do the right thing or not, really, I don't give a damn. What I care about is the law. And these people who, like, you know, we could talk about Preddy or Renee, right?
Renee not doing so good.
The fact of the matter is that whether Preddy or Good committed a crime is a moot point in my mind. At this point, they're dead. They're dead. They can't be prosecuted. But who can be prosecuted? Those fucking cops. And the cops aren't getting prosecuted. That's the problem.
I
disagree with the Renee Good thing because I saw her hit that dude with the car.
And I don't care what she did.
And everyone just dismisses that.
Committed a crime. He also committed. Just because she committed a crime, you cannot excuse his crime. This is stupid.
I'm sorry, if you drive your car at me, I'm going to shoot you too.
Sir, deadly force is not acceptable for anyone when the deadly force is not used against you. This is just the fact of the matter. This is the same thing across all states, except for maybe Florida. Florida does allow you to use deadly force.
That's true.
Non-deadly force.
Florida's got the right idea.
Well, that's Florida. It's not Minnesota.
Hey,
Clay, but the point is, you're saying that she didn't try to hit him with the car. She did.
No,
So
she
it's
didn't. We don't need to hash that now, but God knows she didn't try to hit him with the car.
Hold on, man. Let me land my plane. I didn't interrupt you, so I'm going to land my plane, and you can real quick. So she did try to hit him with the car. Now, let's take into consideration this man's psyche. A couple weeks ago, and this is where I will say he shouldn't have been on the job, he got dragged by illegal trying to flee him. So, naturally, his mindset was, oh, shit, there's a big truck coming my way. Pew, 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 because I ain't getting dragged again.
We agree it was his fault. He need to go to jail. I think Clay said that. He ain't had no business out there.
I don't think he did. No, I think it was a justified shooting. I don't think he needs to be.
But why'd you bring up the part he might be carrying trauma and baggage with him?
You just like to interrupt, man. You just love interrupting.
You just like to say shit unopposed.
No, if you let me speak, you'll get my answer. You asked me a question, shush now. I don't think he should be active on the service. Yes, he should be taken right off. He's got to get some mental evaluations done because of the dragging and then this whole Renee thing.
Clay,
the dude shouldn't even have been on the job. So I will meet you halfway, but I will respect an officer who thinks he's in danger using force. Do I say cops don't do and go jump the gun? Sure they do all the time.
Okay, are you aware how many people, if I may, how many people? There's been, I think it was 18 ICE shootings so far. So we're just going to go over the big six: 2 in Chicago, 2 in Minnesota, and the 2 recently. On every one of them, the administration came out with their chest and said that these people tried to kill these ICE officers and they had to defend themselves. The first 2 in Chicago. Wait.
The same thing.
The first 2 in Chicago.
Wait till I see more evidence.
The first 2 in Chicago, they said they rammed their cars. The video came out, did not. The other chick, they rammed the car, tried to they shot her 5 times. Video came out months later. No cars were around. They rammed her, and we know the Preddy. Those 2, they came out and said that Preddy was what they called him, not a terrorist. I forgot what domestic terrorists that tried to kill a bunch of ICE agents, so they had to defend themselves. They say, what's her face trying to run them over? Every time they've came out, they've been proven a lie. At this point, why would you give them a benefit of a doubt? Because you just said, I trust the cop first. Their record doesn't warrant you trusting them anymore, not ICE.
Exactly.
They lie every time so far.
Why should I demonize all ICE officers because of a few?
They're weaponizing immigration.
That's a funny statement to me.
If you are a Christian, you shouldn't fear immigrants coming into your land.
As the Democrats enforce the Great Replacement Theory.
Give them the gospel. If they become a good citizen, leave them the fuck alone. So we need more people to work.
That was the question I actually, thank you, Rocky, you just reminded me of.
You guys are all chicken shit. You're all afraid of everybody.
Why don't you hire Americans?
Immigrants,
you don't shut your ass up.
If they
hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on,
if someone
Rocky.
breaks the law, arrest them, prosecute them. but you guys are so chicken ass motherfuckers.
you are not
Guess what, Rocky? If they're hey Rocky, I hate to burst your little
Romans
bubble.
13,
If they're here for
Rocky.
35 years and they came here illegally, they still broke the law.
Oh my God. America, all Americans came over here. We broke the.
Yeah, that's a lame fucking argument. You broke the law 35 years ago. Misdemeanor.
Hold on, Ben.
Damn, you guys are so fucking
Money
stupid.
on the table. We have to acknowledge our super chats like we do everywhere. The lunatic libertarian comes in with the big five and says all centralized systems are failed. All laws repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. The government was never to be the entity it became. And he
I
also
like that
comes in-
guy.
and he also comes in with the big five and says, what I hear, humans are not properly trained to operate within systems. So they piss.
They are pissed. They're pissed.
They are pissed. Yes, those that train in the systems are the controllers. Gentlemen, any comments on the first one or the second one?
Yeah, I
Go
agree
ahead.
with that. Unfortunately, we have the court who does not agree with that.
And lady.
Essentially, they want to interpret. So null and void, yes, on our humble understanding of what's constitutional. And then they come in and they say, well, you know what? We're going to back the poor decisions, the poor attitudes, the poor policies, the shitty policies like the Terry versus Ohio shit. Because that was, by the way, a policy long before the Terry case. They were doing that shit long before the Terry
Oh, yeah.
case. And then the court came in and said, you know what? We're going to back it. Right? So, yes, I agree 100% that it
Hey,
is.
let me get the second half of the second half of the question. Then
State rights. You have different states. You should have state rights brought back. So if you want to let immigrant leave the federal government, centralized government was the Constitution was originally a confederacy, or each state is its own nation. And so if we go back to that, if you want to go back to the original confederacy, the Civil War was all about central control.
And migration's controlled by the feds, though, overall.
Right.
your last part, the government was never be the meant to become, never meant to
Our
be the
founding
entity
father-
that it has
founding
become.
father said- our founding father said that if we get rid of Christianity in America, it will fall. Christianity does not.
And look
do
what we
this.
got. We got Islam and
Immigrants
communism
should
on
be
the rise.
treated- Immigrants should be treated like
Oh, I didn't
everyone. If
realize
they
that's
break
what the First
law,
Amendment said.
then the community can arrest people because they broke the law.
Doesn't
But
Rocky's just saying some dumb shit right now?
Yeah,
I'm not.
The last part, the government was never meant to become the entity that it became. I would agree with that. I think dude is spot on. I think that the Constitution and the government was meant to check itself and check the government. It was laws to go after them, and it has been flipped around like there are laws to go after the citizen. I don't think that was its intent. It was to check the government.
Right.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, the problem is we've become such a weak people that we allow the government to break the Constitution. Just
Rocky said it.
And twist it. And we were always the check in that check and balance system.
Very good.
We're always supposed to be, and we've decided that to hand over our power, and the whole point of the Second Amendment was for us to keep equal power.
It's motherfuckers with that, just do what they say.
I might have been wrong. I thought I saw you wait.
Who's
When I
dude?
lived in Houston, there were always some Mexicans. You could go to a corner and pick up some. They could be your workers.
Oh my
They were all
God,
illegal.
bro, they're
Everybody
not
knew they were
fucking
illegal.
on a sports
They're
team.
hard
He just
workers.
wants to keep indentured slaves. That's what he wants. He wants to bring
No,
slavery
yeah.
back. He's like, hey, man, we need those Mexicans to
damn
work
right.
these fields here, bud.
Pick them down up. Pick
Yeah, I need these Mexicans to clean my house, bud.
Damn
Come
right,
on, boy. Go on, get on that field,
Why
man.
not?
Get them tomatoes up out of there,
If
buddy.
someone grapes my daughter, if someone grapes my daughter, I should have that motherfucker as my slave for the rest of his life. What's wrong
Because
with
that's
that?
what we're talking about here, right? Apparently, we went to ISIS, a slave to your daughter, rapist, slave.
You're not going to live.
One of these black immigrants grapes my daughter. I should be able to make that motherfucker my
Wait,
slave.
What if it's a white immigrant,
Just keep
Rocky?
it to immigrants. We don't got to label
Rocky, what if it's a white immigrant? Does he
If
get
it's a
off?
white immigrant, I don't give a fuck. If anybody,
Well, why make the distinction?
I'm not making a
Anybody.
I'm talking about anyone, any of you white boys.
Yeah.
Oh boy, you're mighty racist today, Rocky.
I'll put you in chains for the rest of your fucking life.
Why do we got to be white? I'm not white.
I'm not
Right. How do you know I'm
here's
white?
the government.
I'm
I
olive.
could be an albino Puerto Rican, buddy.
Make money off
Right
it?
now, you live in Florida. and shit.
Why should the government make money off of prisoners in a
You not see my skin color is blue. I'm a damn smurf.
As long as they don't get away and hurt someone, I'm responsible to take care that he doesn't get away. He murdered someone. He murdered one of my family members. So therefore, he's my slave for life.
You're not
I got him in
responsible
chains.
for
It's
that.
my responsibility to keep him. Why should the government make money off of him, put him in a concentration camp or a prison, and they get to
You go ahead and falsely.
I'm the victim.
Let me ask Rocky this real quick.
No, ask someone else.
Why would you want the man who raped your daughter as a slave and still keep him around the victim he raped? You know how dumb your logic is? Hey, I'm gonna keep the hard R here that just hard R'd my daughter so he can clean my dishes and possibly hard R some other people. Because I feel like I should give him a chance.
Holy shit, this has went a little wild.
Yeah, yes, guys.
It's because Rocky's here.
This is way stupid.
You guys can't.
Ben, you were saying, Ben, I'm gonna try and rephrase. I'm gonna try and bring it back. Ben was saying about how some shit about how to shit, I forgot what Ben left off. That was the last rational thing.
We were talking about how the government shouldn't have became such a big entity it is.
Well, yeah, that's a bigger issue, but we're talking first about Todd Blanche, and then we got on immigration. Now, everybody they were invited.
Wait, I'm down with the Tom Blanche. I missed that part. I would like to re-ask some of that shit. That shit was hilarious. I called Span and told him, turn your TV on, man. Go broadcast that shit. This is great.
ICE is how it got transitioned into immigration, as it got brought around to ICE and then
logical
into immigration, because the Republican side feels that it being anti-immigration allows the violations that ICE is doing, and the fact is not even arguing that the immigration can be prosecuted, saying that you don't get to bypass the court system and do it incorrectly and make up your own federal force that you expand and give power in the states. That's fucking insane, and it's something
I love it.
Against.
Yeah.
I love it, man. This is why, though, Ben. This is why we can't progress. And you say, and Rocky was saying how soft we become. That's why. Because
I'll be right back. I gotta answer my phone.
All right, death by 1,000 cuts, man. They slowly take your rights away, and then you have people who think that they're being, countrymen by saying that, yes, follow the law. And these laws are designed to strip you away bit by bit, so you're nowhere near where you started from. And you got to hear one of these monkeys in your ear talking about, just do what you're told. It's the law. If he says do it, fucking train parakeets.
You know, this is why they have to set you up with an enemy to be against. So that way you, in your head, will justify them breaking the Constitution and changing the laws.
Yes.
Out for this enemy without
you need an enemy.
Without you having the foresight to realize that when they finished with that, they're going to change enemies.
They just going to switch to a new one, you goofball, right?
After the Civil War, the 14th and 15th Amendment made all you motherfuckers indentured slaves, and you don't even fucking know it. You're
doing an enemy thing, and you're about to take it back to the slaves. You know, Rocky, we're trying to work away from that, right?
Yeah,
I'm telling you, the
Rocky
14th
wants to
and
talk about getting slaves.
You go by the Constitution was changed in 18, right after the Civil War. It was changed. They took away the rights of the states. If I want to live in a state where we have indentured servitude for crimes committed against the family, that should be up to the state, not the federal government. The federal government didn't free the slaves. they made everybody indentured slaves.
This is a silly ass argument, in my opinion, too, Rocky.
We go back
Because
to Todd
if the
Blanche and
state
all that,
decides,
because I want to hear about
yeah,
slavery
yeah,
no
let's
more.
do the
Let's
Todd
talk
Blanche
about
shit.
What the fuck is with your pro-slavery?
Yeah,
That's we should go
two
back to the
things,
first
man.
10
You
Amendments.
even if they make slavery legal, it still sucks. I don't care if the state does it or the feds does it. I'm not okay. I'm not going to argue that it's a good idea. And I'd rather get back to the Todd Blanche shit. If you could just be done with the slavery line, Rocky. I think you've exhausted it. We've given you all this fucking time, and you got to interrupt every conversation because you're not done.
It's
So you
so
wanna- you
bad,
wanna let
Rocky,
the
because
government
the black
put
guy
people in
is
prison.
telling you to leave the slavery topic alone. It's crazy. You don't even fucking want to hear about it at this fucking point. Damn, bro, that's crazy.
Hey, y'all got to remember. Y'all got to remember one thing. Rocky thought
I got it.
happened in 78.
I got as Ben because you gave me such a good synopsis of what happened. Were the right wing, I don't know what you call them up here, the righties, were they buying Blanche? Were they behind him, or were they calling him out on some of the crazy shit?
The Republicans?
John Kennedy.
Yeah. No, the ones on this panel, the Republicans on this panel. Did you have criticism for
I was
Blanche?
just asking.
It's been a waylaying. Nobody's been defending the guy. It's been a
Okay.
waylaying.
Not one kind word has come out of my mouth for Todd Blanche.
Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican. He was the first one to violate the Constitution. When
Oh, buddy, we are talking about Todd Blanche. Keep up with the times.
We're not trying to talk about fucking you wanting to bring back slavery. We're trying to talk about Todd
This man said we got to put him back in the Godfield, boss.
you got to go back to the history.
Why is
The history of where this started. You guys don't know your history. That's why you're all fucking stupid.
Bill Murray, my pinky brother.
I know history. I know history, buddy.
Moon.
I would
V
rather
probably
have,
knows more history than you, bro. Have you ever
Go
heard
ahead,
of
let's let-
that motherfucker's
let the lady get in.
Let the lady talk. Let the lady talk.
I would rather have a root canal with no Novocaine than defend Todd Blanche.
I dig that shit, right?
I concur. So I hate root canals. They suck.
Just the choice of this.
You would rather have a root canal than what?
Do we agree if
Rather
we're
deal
gonna?
with a root canal with no Novocaine, Rocky, than deal with Todd
We're gonna leave
Blanche. I
Rocky.
don't
We're
know
gonna
what
leave
you're not
Rocky
keeping up
alone
with.
with it. We're trying to leave Rocky alone. He stepped out of it. We're not trying to bring Rocky back into the conversation.
Yeah,
Right?
don't bring it up again.
You'd
Yeah.
rather have a root canal with no Novocaine than what?
Then defend
But then
Todd
who-
Blanche.
Todd Blanche.
Todd Blanche.
Defend what?
Todd
Todd Blanche, the guy who was being questioned today on Capitol Hill.
Who the fuck is
That was great. This guy went in. This is Trump's ex-lawyer. Trump put him in as acting AG. I thought I said ex-lawyer. Ex-lawyer. Well, he was his lawyer. That's what I mean. He was, not now. And he brought him in as acting AG. And every motherfucker who ever went after Trump, tried to prosecute him, said he did something wrong. That motherfucker fired everybody. He says not a motherfucker left with a badge who disagreed with that the election was stolen. He bragged on that shit, bro. It was great.
I will say I don't agree with the reason why.
And then get this one here and put it back.
In all
so that it-
seriousness, aren't
water
you glad that a
flow.
lot of these? Sorry, shut up.
Might have to mute Rocky. He's talking something.
Well, you got to turn your volume up a little bit, though, guys. It's hard to hear you.
And
Is it me?
back there.
I think Rocky talking to someone in the background. If one of y'all could mute him.
Yeah, he is. He's talking to his son or something.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with the reason why he necessarily fired a bunch of these folks, but in all seriousness, it's probably a lot of corrupt motherfuckers that he fired.
Yes, we agree, and I would like to see these people fired. All of them were probably corrupt on the Democratic side the week before, but I disagree with the way you can't go in and use my government, my attorney general, who, even though he is technically under your purview, he's supposed to take care of the country's business first. You can't use this guy as a political weapon to go after all your guys and just do the president's bidding. He becomes worthless. And this guy, he said, I love Trump. I'm going to do what he say. They asked him, I don't know, 8 times, and I might be light on it. I'm sure it was way more times. Was the election stolen? And he wouldn't say. He can't say because if he says, yes, the election was stolen, he's a clown. He doesn't get the job. If he says no, the election was not stolen, Trump would not give him the job and would turn his back on him. The man was between a rock and a hard place. They saw it and they just chided him on it. Was the election stolen? Was the election stolen? Well, I'll do everything I can to make the job go right. Was the election stolen? Was the election stolen? He could not say it. One dude was like, look at you, man. Look at it. You should be embarrassed that you can't say what you want to say because you're afraid that dude is going to be watching you. It was great. It was some really good shit on there earlier, man.
But that's
what got you on that bent where you're like fucking wanting people to take the super hard stance. You're like, take your stance.
I always been like that though, man. I can't stand lukewarm conversation of people. You probably know that about me.
I do, but you were extra hard about it. Like that one night, you were so butthurt that nobody would take the fucking the hard anti-black side. You were begging the panel to, and then we finally did. And then
I remember that. I gassed out by the time y'all finally did.
Yeah, fucking. But I understand you're trying to pick the fight, but today you had some extra stank on it.
I'll believe you, and that would have been from earlier because I've been editing for hours. I watched that shit earlier, so that would have been extra stank from earlier this morning. I thought, I don't know. I thought that.
You guys don't forget to pay your taxes.
Rocky is fully ready to take the hard position. Yeah. He's like, bring back slavery.
Like, right, he went all forward, right? He went
colonial America. He's like, oh yeah. Hell yeah, let's.
You guys have employees. You guys have employees, right? Your employees are now.
We pay them though.
Your boss is servitude. You are the servant to your boss. Everyone.
If we're not slaves, God, I hate to back Rocky up. Wait. Let me back Rocky up a little bit because we opened the door again. Rocky, let me back you up a little bit, Rocky. If you're not the
federal tax because you're an indentured slave.
Okay, Rocky, give me a little backup. He doesn't need it. But if you're not a slave, the definition of not being a slave means you could end the contract whenever you want. If you're not a slave, how is it that you're under contract with the state 24 hours a day, no matter where you go, morning, noon, and night? How are you not a slave if you can't just end the contract, right? How do you not a slave? Because every contract must have a meeting of the minds.
Joe, I got this. Yeah. I can answer this for you.
Hold on. Asvaroon, how you doing, brother?
Fine. Benjamin, can you just excuse me for some time? I need to go. It's 3:11 in the morning. So sorry for interrupting. I'll come back again when you are.
You were patient as fuck, bro. I'm sorry that you get a chance to speak.
We all love you.
It's okay.
Thanks for coming on, brother.
Yeah.
Shit, I forgot what.
He got tired of Rocky slave talk.
I got you for that. So
you're saying they come to this country. The Indians that come to this country usually come.
Hey, Bill Murray, calm down, bro.
And
you're saying that because we can't end our agreement with our country, we are in fact servants or slaves, to put it in a much more simpler term?
Yes, because we can't end some of these contracts. They never end and they're active 24 hours a day. I think that's the argument that you're under some slavery.
Which specific?
Okay, well, I got two opposing views to your argument, but I want to start with the more times you're on the panel, Joe, the more I realize you're actually quite educated I just think you have a little bit of bias in you. We all do. I do. Clay
It's
does.
okay. I grew up in the ghetto. I'm not gonna argue that. I've been in the way too long, bro. Yeah.
Let me pose the two ideas that I have that will go against your statement.
Yeah.
So one, that's actually why we have the amendments in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights to help protect us from the government, so it doesn't become a tyranny where we can effectively be slaves. And another thing is, basically, the only reason why we do what we do is if the government calls upon us. One example is through the draft. We need to answer that call and fight for the freedoms and the advantage that we have in this country. Those are just my two top comments.
Right. I don't know if they
He's got a thumbs down because he's like, nah, man, we got to bring back that slavery boss.
Yeah, I don't care.
Let's see. Let's just take some of these contracts that we have.
He's like, no draft, but slaves.
We should.
Let's take some of these. Go ahead, Santa. I'll wait.
We should only recognize the first 10 amendments and get rid of the preceding ones that allows for
like the 14th.
Clay.
So
Yes,
what I was
Call
going
me.
to say is we need to remember that there are a lot of people who are here who aren't debt slaves, who don't pay taxes on their income. There are a lot of exceptions, and there's some tough choices people can make. But you can be free of things. That's one of the things that's nice about this country, is you have the opportunity to take different paths if you want to.
Is that true? Let's say I
don't pay taxes.
And then the whole
right.
I'm with Santo over here, Joe. This is part of
I'm
why
saying,
I
is it very good? I'm glad y'all both brought that up because I want to know if you can really get out of these contracts, and you guys are telling me that to some degree you've gotten out of the
Joe,
contracts.
just a sec before Spin did have to take off. He has an emergency, so
Okay.
you know,
Hope he's okay.
make sure you offer up your prayers, all that good stuff.
All right. Now, now I guess that was a good one, Santa. Taxes. Are you telling me I can legally own some property in this country and not have to continuously pay taxes on it?
That's state by state, Joe.
Yeah, it depends on.
There is a place, though. I didn't think there was one place where I could actually have the land up under my feet and not pay taxes every year, which means it's theirs. I'm just renting it if I'm paying them every year.
There's a number of
pay
states
property tax yearly. That means you don't.
I was talking to Santa and Ben. Right. Sorry.
There's a number of states without property tax. Yes.
Okay, you can get out of the tax thing.
Can I answer that a little bit more thoroughly?
Yeah, I want to know some of the other shit. Yeah, that you guys are.
So like when somebody mentioned in the chat, combat vets don't. Our income is not. The second part is we have to pay into a co-op fire department.
Right.
And so, I mean, there's some trading.
Yeah, that's a little flexibility. Then that's I dig it. I'm glad you said that. That's something I'd have to keep in mind.
So, I mean,
I'll tell you this. Let me ask you this, Salty Santa. Is your state a Democratic state or a Republican, a red or blue state?
Blue.
Do you think that the upcoming wave of far left politicians that are winning in these primaries, do you think they're going to allow you to keep your property?
Well, I think they will.
When they seize the means of production? I don't think they will. They're communists.
Okay. Then
when they seize the means of production, damn.
Abraham Lincoln was the first one to declare.
Rocky, that was a long time ago, and that's not.
Yeah, but you're still under the same system.
Right. Get off that horse, bro. Now, Joe, I'm going to give you one example real quick before we dive off this.
What about the War Powers Act or anything else? Now, Adam, I can understand that you're worried about them seizing production and all of that. My income is not taxable. In fact, if I work anything else, my income is not considered as income. So I would qualify by being under the poverty level. And there are choices.
I'm saying when all the point I'm making is when all the rich and the super rich leave, who do you think they're coming for for their social programs and funding. They're going to take
ain't New
my
York.
property, your property.
Oh my God! Following.
You're thinking that the fucking dumbasses in the city are going to come out to the country and fuck with us?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I live in New York. I live in New York, so that's just going to trickle down.
No, New York is.
Oh, that is fucking hilarious. That is hilarious. That
New York is infamous.
You guys are going to eat yourselves. You guys are going to eat yourselves and then starve, and any of y'all that wander out are going to be fishing a barrel for country boys with a 30-aught and a scope.
For example.
I live in the countryside. I grew up in the city, but I bought my property out here in the countryside because I fell in love with it out here, and I'd rather raise my kid out here in the middle of nowhere.
Good point. Exactly the point.
Exactly.
Yeah, you realize how shitty it is in the city.
You can take it however you like, but they're not taking this one.
Them cities are going to collapse in on themselves, and that's going to be the end of that. The rest of
but I agree with what Mr. Baldwin has said, that, and I've said it in other panels, that they can go ahead and come from the city and try that shit out here in the countryside, because these farm boys ain't playing that game.
Okay, so I'm on.
We're not. And I consider myself that. I own a house, land, farmers, and all that.
Liable to
What
you,
if
Adam?
the government comes out?
Fuck the government.
They're going to get the same treatment when they say they're going to take my shit. I'm going to blow their heads right off.
I oath this to the Constitution. I don't care about your politicians.
What happened to
exactly?
What happened to due process?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what due process is if they come and take my property or try. It's my shotgun.
All the politicians slaves, Rocky. We're going to make all.
Let me explain something to you, Rocky. Let me explain something to you. They're going to get three things from me when they come to my property and try to take it from me. They're going to see, they're going to hear a loud click, and they're going to see a big flash, and then they're going to meet Jesus.
Which senator do you want to own, Rocky?
I agree with that.
We'll give
Be
you
careful.
I agree. So you have a community. You have a small community.
Yeah.
I got a
guy.
Community, and I hear more gunshots than I did in Bakersfield.
Power is
So
supposed to
let's just
start
say
at
we're
the
well
bottom. The power is supposed to be
Well,
from
see,
bottom
look,
up.
Salty Santa just let it be known. He said, "We are well armed out here, bud."
Yeah, small communities small communities create the county.
200 years ago, and power
the state
consolidated.
creates the federal government. How did the federal government get above the people? It all started in the Civil War.
Listen, we allowed dumb people to vote.
Centralized
That's how.
government. They took over the states. They took over the states,
sir.
And they made it so where
I would
you're under
say that it
central
started
DC district.
He's got an argument. Rocky has an argument now.
Started with Madison versus Marbury.
So you're supposed to go from community up, not federal down. So I want to go back to the state.
Sure.
State right, become a national state citizen, not
Why
a
don't
federal.
you vote
I agree with that. Minus
how do you see them doing that?
We're fine. I'm fine with that, and I think most of the panel's actually fine with.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just repeating yourself.
But the part that we all have a problem with is where you're trying to bring back slavery. Like we're okay with the rest, but sticking that one in there,
No, it's not slavery. If a community catches a criminal, the community imprisons it in a small jail.
Not necessarily.
Is that not indentured slavery?
They can make me the custodian of that prisoner because it committed
Okay,
the crime
slave
against
master.
me. That's not. I'm not the
you
one. I'm not the criminal.
You already stated your case, Rocky.
Yeah.
All of us still think it's slavery, and none of us are co-signing.
Hold
it,
on.
bro.
I got to ask Bill a question.
It's not slavery.
Hold up.
It's
Let me ask Bill a
imprisonment.
question.
You
Bill,
want the government to be in charge of the prison.
Hold up, bro.
I want the
You
people to
stated
be
your
in
case.
charge
I
of
got
the
a
prison.
question. I got a question. You stated your case. Let me ask
People
my
are in
question.
charge of
Bill.
the prisons.
All right. Let's say, a prisoner, PDF, you got him. He's your prisoner. He's your slave. Let's say he doesn't want to wash your dirty ass drawers. What do you do to him?
Well,
That is a very good question.
I'm a good master. So I treat my slaves good, but I make them work for a living. They work for a living. They have to work for no work, no food.
What is the food that they
No
get
work,
to eat?
no food.
So
Yeah. Can we get a rundown of how the treatment's going to be if they are good, though?
Hey, listen.
And I'm curious. Do they get chocolate chip cookies?
Look, I got a true story about what he just said, man, and I'm ashamed of it. But this is perfect, man.
So your PDF.
This is what. When I was locked up, we had because we were in a gang. We had a white boy who was not in a gang, and we had him do all of our chores. We had the white guy do all of our chores. And one of the things that we had him do, me in particular, I had him wash my underwear, and I would make him hang them over the line over his bed. So if he didn't rinse them hard enough, they would drip on him at night. That's how shitty I was, bro. That's a true story, bro.
You couldn't have been in jail with me because I would have rocked your shit.
Well, I was affiliated.
Hey, little miss. You done came to me like, hey, listen here, little white boy, you about to wash these drawers tonight, and you get real cute. I got something for your ass.
You know, in jail, this shit's political. That's political in jail, right? You know, there is no rocking my ass in jail.
Politics in jail.
Right. So you know you gotta rock endless ass, but behind that shit. You know that.
Listen, it would have been nothing personal, but I'd have just had to rock your shit.
No diddy.
First of all, I believe
Okay, can all the people who were dumb enough to get caught be quiet for a second? So somebody had asked how I would be free from the constraints of other people and civil stuff. We live on a homestead. We raise our own food. We have our own well, and we have generators. Any other questions?
There you go.
That's the one.
Yes, I have a question. That's very good. You tell me that you're free and you're free from these things. I say you are not free from them. I say you built an illusion. You built a comfortable crib where you can stay at and play games like you're really a free man. You want to impress me? Leave the crib. What happens when you leave the crib? Are you submissive to their rules now? Do you have to have a driver's license? Do you get away with not having insurance plates? Can you do that once at any hour of the day, any time of the week, be free from that contract? That's the question.
Or are you just going to go off?
No, that was the entire question. Here's the question. I'll rephrase it again, Santa. At any time when you're driving, okay, can you get off of that driving contract and those insurance and shit contracts?
And so where does the right to drive a vehicle come from the Constitution?
Yeah, that's right. You got to have balls.
Rocky coming in with
The fact is, Joe, the fact is, Joe, we still live in this society, and when we're driving on the roads and things like that, we're garnering the benefits of that, and we're entering into those contracts, and they're reasonable. Those are.
Did you really answer that contract? Do you know what that contract consists of?
Are you a private citizen, Joe?
Because
I got a question for the
because
panel.
if you I'm just chasing logic here.
I lived in the hood. I made a lot of decisions, and I've lived overseas. I've done a lot of shit. So I looked at my situation and said, oh, fuck, I need insurance. Why? Because that's the right thing to do. So in case I plow into somebody,
that's irrelevant. We're talking about, can you withdraw from a contract? And I'm saying, if you don't want to,
I can withdraw from this society.
I haven't had insurance.
You can do that in your little patch of land. Apparently, you guys say you worked it out. I have no reason to doubt you.
This is going to tie into Joe's question.
Say again.
So what if I owned a horse? Do I need a license for a horse?
I'm asking Joe to prove otherwise. I've made my statement. I backed it up with facts. Prove otherwise.
What was your statement about the driver's license and insurance? You say you get it because you want it. My question was, that's a privilege? For you to be able to go see your kid down the street is a privilege?
You show me the Constitution and don't throw this all up about boo or whatever. I don't have the right to travel without insurance.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me that under God you don't have the right to walk to your son's house? Let's start there. 2 miles away. Is that a privilege or a right?
That's a right. Walking.
That's a right.
That's a right. Very good. Riding my bicycle is another right. You know where I'm going next. Riding my motorcycle.
No, that is not a right. No,
my bike is not a right, or the motorcycle is not.
The motorcycle is not a right. That's a privilege.
Why is the bike right and the motorcycle is not?
Hold on.
Because in order for you to ride the bicycle and the motorcycle and whatnot, you need roadways, and those roadways are owned by the federal government. And so
they're owned by the people.
Using
That
those,
shit's owned by the people. Public property.
I didn't build
That's
it.
public property.
It's good that I'm talking, and so other people won't talk. So
you were saying we use the roadways and stuff.
Federal government, they are the ones maintaining those roadways. Part of your money is supposed to be going into maintaining those systems. There's societal regulations for this mutually shared thing.
I would disagree with you.
That's how we want in a mutually shared thing.
But again,
I would disagree. Hold on. Let me answer Ben.
Let me finish my statement, and then you can disagree all day.
Yeah.
I get to act how I want in my home, in my stuff, but mutually shared areas, I follow mutually shared rules.
Right.
Very good.
Before
one of those,
Joe, before you rebut, somebody in the chat was wanting to join. Shut up, Rocky. Somebody in the chat.
The libertarian guy, I believe.
Right to travel.
Lunatic libertarian, I'm guessing.
Look at Clay. Super moderator.
I just
traveling. If
Are you
you're
done?
traveling,
The only thing I disagree. Let me rebut, dude. The only thing I disagree with. It's not really a rebuttal. It's just a small thing that I disagree with. Is when you were saying that we get into a contract with the system because we share the land, and so we all got to kick in to make the roads. I say no.
I didn't say that.
Wait. No, Ben said that. I say no. I say the land is shared under God. It's all of ours. And if you decide to take it over and make it where I can't walk to my brother's house anymore, I am entitled now to use those routes and not pay you a dime under nature.
I gotta say something real quick.
No, you just made a straw man.
Didn't God?
I hope not.
Didn't God say that even though you're supposed
that's hard for me to hear you, man. If you're talking,
you have to hear. I apologize. I wanted to ask him this because he brought God into
I
it.
jump in because he and I were talking too, Adam. Just let me, if I may answer.
I apologize,
Joe,
Mr.
I
Santa.
didn't build the roads. I didn't build the roads. If I built the roads on my property, they can fuck off. Now, the second part is I can walk on those sidewalks without any licensure or insurance. It's only when I use the public rail or roadways that I have to have licensure and insurance.
why doesn't the public sidewalks the same rule apply? It's still public egress, public land. Why would they? Why do you think it differs for the road? Because they had to pay to get the sidewalk made and they had to get the road made. Why do you think it differs suddenly?
Because I'm big enough. I'm sorry, Clay. Hold on, please. Even as big as I am, if I walk and bump into somebody, they're not likely to die. But when I'm driving my 3/4 ton truck and I make a mistake, there are consequences.
They don't give a shit about your safety. That's all.
You understand that I'm old enough, and perhaps you are too, where insurance was not mandatory. We've gone along since the inception of cars and gotten along and worked this shit out where it was not mandatory. Someone was gonna die, or else you have to pay money. So we know it can exist.
Sure.
The right to travel
but it
is
doesn't
different
exist
than
now.
commerce.
That once again,
Interstate commerce.
Joe,
that's not
once
a contract.
again, Joe, once again,
They use
that's a state-to-state law. Not all states require you to have liability insurance.
Right. But just for the sake of the argument, I would acquiesce to that.
I want to have insurance.
Real quick, I have my question real quick.
The Constitution
Joe,
guarantees.
you sat here and said it's your God-given right that the land and all this is God-given. But God also commanded us to adhere by the laws of man.
And he also said if those laws disagree with God's laws, you are to ignore them.
What's up? libertarian.
Okay, well, I don't think God was talking about traffic laws.
Travel. Commerce.
If you hurt no man and you're hurting someone, you probably 90% chance you're the bad guy. If you're saying, oh, I had to take his gun because he could have killed somebody, even though it ain't even left his pocket or his house, you're probably the bad guy trying to control people. What could have happened? I could have killed someone driving to my son's house 2 miles away. So since I could have killed someone, I owe you money. That's bullshit. That's the bullshit philosophy they sell you on someone's safety.
So what you're not understanding about roadways, Joe, is the way they actually work. So when it's a private roadway, even within, there's a thing called easement. Like I have private roads that I have to drive for 2 miles before I get to a public road. Everybody out here owns these roads. Now, some of my neighbors that live down on the other side of me, they're allotted to walk or drive through this little space and to get to their property, to access their property. But the government does no maintenance on these roads. They don't monitor them. Police do not come. There's no state troopers. I can drive whatever vehicle I fucking want on these roads that's not registered, you know, in whatever condition. Though that's the way private stuff works. With the public road, now we all have to chip in on maintaining it. There's going to be rules in the public because some people, of course, I don't want assholes driving through a neighborhood at 110. That's fucking nuts. So we're all going to have rules that we decide on, that we act in the communal spaces.
State rules. And then what they do is
I think you're saying that in the name of the roads, if you have hurt no one and you want to go to your son's house 2 miles away, because we are the majority, we get to charge you money and hurt you if you don't pay us, because the roads are this important. We get to now hurt people. That is a right I don't. Hold on, let me land it. That is a right I don't have. I cannot give that right to the government.
But that's a jump.
You can walk for free. The Constitution allots you to walk and carry your property for free. It's when you're using a motor vehicle. That's when you've entered the area of a privilege.
The Constitution doesn't say anything about motor vehicles, surely, and the closest we're going to come to is
correct.
It used to be called
but I think what you're talking about though is that with the carriage shit, where they do address it, and that's later on, they talk about you're wearing down our roads doing commerce. That's where you're a driver, and since you're making money off of it, wearing down our roads, you have to pay us money. That was never meant for the regular person. He's supposed to be able to travel and go see his brother.
He's right.
You're sob, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I said you were smart, and now you're spotting this
private property.
Shit.
Benjamin has people that own a road, and they make the rules for that road because he has neighbors. His neighbors make the rule for that road. It's private property. State property is state property. The Fed steals money from the states, gives it back to say and build the roads with these federal dollars, and we own the road now because we gave you the money to build them. But they took the money from the states first. So the state rights was violated in 1871.
Well, the federal government doesn't tax you for the roads. That falls back on the state. The federal government initially built the roads under Roosevelt, but the interstate system. But after that point, the states are the ones that patrol it. You don't see federal patrol cars on the state. The federal completely let go of the highway system after building it, and now it's always the state, usually through a gas tax that funds the highway system.
And the same thing should be with
we don't have tolls.
Should be.
We have another property that has access through somebody's yard. And that's how it was owned, and that's how they bought it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch phones again.
The jurisdiction, your county sheriff has a jurisdiction in your state, and the feds have no jurisdiction over the
county. It's probably county, Rocky.
Yeah, then sometimes they see it too.
The sheriff is the only elected official. He represents,
and he's the only one in the Constitution.
And he's not a policy.
Usually they're limited to a county.
So we got to support we got to vote for your Your sheriff. I should be. You
I
should
dig
make me the
sheriffs.
sheriff.
I
Make
just
me
don't
the
like the
sheriff of
Pinkertons
my
in the
county.
city limits.
I'm gonna run for sheriff.
Oh God, no.
Oh, yeah. My county.
Hey, did you guys know that Abraham Lincoln always?
hey guys, Mr. Lunatic Libertarian, welcome to the panel, and thank you for coming up, sir. Would
Did
like
you know
to hear
Abraham Lincoln was a black
Shut up,
guy?
Rocky.
Rocky, let the new guy talk.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Libertarian. We want to hear what you got to say about this crazy shit.
Some would say Adolf Hitler was black Moorish, depending on what history you want to believe. I mean, information is out there everywhere. So, you know what I mean? The ridiculousness of arguments that I see, and I'm not saying.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that opinions shouldn't be heard, right? Everybody should have their opinions heard. That's the freedom of America. Freedom of America is that I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to congregate with you. I can produce my own shit over here and have nothing to do with over there, and I'm not going to introduce myself over there over goods or resources. This is where we've gotten completely away from the regular arguments of just coexisting. Like, what is coexistence?
You can move from one state. If you don't like the state, that state rules, you can move to the fucking other state. You want to live somewhere, you decide where you want to live.
So, I mean, and if we want to go back to a confederation of states, or if you want to look at, the anti-federalists that gave us the Bill of Rights and the Federalists that gave us the Constitution, let's talk about the real history of how this country actually came to development.
Sure.
Like, people want to talk about 15, 20 years ago. We just celebrated 250.
The first 10 amendments, we should go back to,
Settle down, Rocky. You've said this. Yeah.
What I was going to say is that the federal government should be reduced back to its origin. No salaries, only per diem for participation. It's a voluntary seat. You have no monetary incentive. Right. Once you take money out of politics, it's kind of crazy on who is actually going to create those rules, right? Yeah. You have the Democratic Socialists coming in now. I have one in my home state in Francesca Hong that's moving pretty strong. It's kind of crazy, but this is a failed businesswoman. These are failed people in participating in the society that was created, right? What does everybody find about it? And hey, Rock, just give me. You've been on the platform, just give me a couple minutes, man, or 30 seconds. To be in the United States and participate, people want to come here to participate. Right. That's why we have legal immigration. There are people that immigrate to this country, swear an oath to the Constitution, go serve in the United States military to earn the right to be in this country. Yeah. Like, all this crap that people talk about, money. Okay, well, money is a concept that is agreed upon by the population to make sure that everybody has the equal access to goods and resources. That was the creation of money. What happened when the Federal Reserve was instituted and a central banking was instituted, because each state had their own currency. Each bank had their own currency.
Right.
So if you had a backing, you can create a bank. What do we tell people in their communities now? Create your own bank. Accumulate your wealth. Become a community. Become a commune. Yeah. So you have mutually assured assurance, not destruction. And see, I don't understand why people have this concept that they want to impose themselves on other people. Right. I don't care what you do. Just as long as you're not hurting anybody, you're not taking anybody else's shit. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you call yourself. You can dress up and call yourself whatever you want. I have people tell me that I'm not a person of color because my daddy was white, my mother was Puerto Rican. I'm like, get the fuck out of here telling me who I am or what I am and all. I don't care. Like, bro, I will tell anybody. I'm 190 pounds at 5'8". I won the Golden Gloves as a 40-year-old in 2023. You want to come lace them up with me? You want to come really see what dictation I can put on you? It's all about skill sets. It's not about opinion. I'm a master diesel technician, certified in welding, CWI, CWI, HVAC trained, 608, 609 certified. So I'm not worried about my skill sets. Electrician, HVAC, mechanical, engine, doesn't matter, diesel, gas, methanol, whatever. I understand how all of these systems function. And what I said earlier in the super chat, people are not trained to function within these systems. They are trained to be dysfunctional and then bitch about the system.
So that's what I'm
sorry,
talking
I'm done with my
about.
rant. I apologize.
No, I agree.
with everything
I
you
have
said.
almost the same
That's
skill
why I
set.
think that if there's a criminal breaks the law, he can come work for me for a while. I could train him to be a welder,
Rocky.
maybe a
Enough
welder, a
with the
decent
goddamn
mechanic.
Rocky, Rocky. Enough with the slavery, bro. We get it. We get it.
But there are opportunities to be free, but we have to take the responsibility of freedom as well. I mean, one of the things that I surrender is relying on the public dole.
I apologize. I couldn't hear Rock what he said or anybody else.
He was mumbling about owning slaves again.
I wasn't mumbling.
Or indentured servants.
The party denies is the mumbling. That was awesome.
But I mean, you know, like Benjamin and I and any
What
other
happened to the libertarian guy?
I don't
gone
know.
for like 2 seconds.
Santa.
There are ways to be free in this country,
anagram
but a
for
lot of it
Satan?
is recognizing that you're responsible for your own stuff. You know, I mean, if for example, if Clay's going these other places, he needs to know what's going on in those places just like he does where he lives. And Ben and I need, you know, I check the laws here a lot. You know, at least every year.
The motto, right? Know your rights and learn the law. Know your rights. That's great. It's great that you know your rights, but if you don't learn the law part, that's going to be getting you into trouble. You can know your rights all day, but the laws change. They vary. You actually might have some liberties within your
Oh, hold
rights
on. That's what happened to Lunatic Libertarian. So what happens, brother, is StreamYard's got a glitch in it. So what you want to do is download the StreamYard app or come in through Google Chrome. Because if you're coming in through a phone, it'll make it so you can't hear the other people on the panel sometimes. And I will redrop the link, brother.
Yeah, turn me in through your Google search bar, man. Put the link and copy it and paste it and put it in there. You'll get longer time before you drop.
Yeah, Google is way better on it.
Yeah, this is a normal problem from the interface with this app. So what Joe just said, I would follow that advice.
Yeah, I got 3
that's what happened
calls.
to me.
calls
I was trying to come back and it just like completely froze.
I like
yeah, it
everything
does that
Lunatic
before it
said.
drops. It freezes a couple
Bipolar.
times before it all the way
Bipolar
drops.
said link turn fed. Yeah, that's exactly
I
right.
like the lunatic libertarian guy. He's
If I could go about the freedoms and rights a little bit, I can imagine a lot of people would disagree, but your income will influence how you're treated in different situations.
I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Yeah.
I like the gilded system. I like the old gilded system where we did more trading and bartering with our
You
neighbors.
mean like 1700s or?
Yeah.
Is that like trading slaves?
Yeah, that's right. He wants to bring back that colonial crap.
Hey, crowd, I think that was you when I said about the
gilded system
roads.
is
You
just a
called me
system
a
of
soft
barter.
set. And I was talking about how they came up with laws with you under commerce. They're going to call you a driver and
Yeah.
stuff. You didn't rebut anything. You just said you're a
because too many
soft
people
set.
were talking, bro. But yeah, you definitely got sovereign citizen talking points all the way. You probably go over common law.
Still haven't rebutted anything, right? Was my point. It interests me when a motherfucker don't rebut. It's
Well,
like
what do
that's
you-
the propaganda
bro,
what they
what do you
want you to
want-
do.
hold on,
Rather than
bro. What do you
rebut
want
an
to
argument,
rebut?
they
You
want
said
you to
a
throw a
lot.
label out there. Listen, rather than rebut an argument, they want you to throw a label out there. He's a leftist. He's a Democrat. He's a Republican. He's a soft sit. So you cease anything. So whenever motherfuckers
Okay.
just throw a label out
What do
there, it
you want
interests
me
me.
to rebut? Because Ben
The
already got you
argument
on
that
the road.
the argument that eventually the government did start charging motherfuckers to
God
drive
is
on the
sovereign.
roads. And the way they did that was through commerce. If you were wearing down our roads and making money off of it, they started charging people. Taxi driver, bus driver. That's where all these phrases came from. And when you're at work, you're doing commerce. You're supposed to give us a cut of that money because you're using your business. You're making money now off of the public roads, which everybody owns, and no one has to pay for it. So the way I get money
that's
off
what
of you.
registration is for. So yeah, you're going over common law.
Okay, but what is your rebuttal other than saying it's a left-wing Democratic hack move?
I didn't
Is
say
there
anything about left wing or right wing, bro. You gotta
Common
listen.
law
I said you're going under
is
common
biblical
law. And
law.
it's
I
an
know, I
act.
buy that.
Biblical law.
I know you didn't say
Rocky,
that.
come on, dude. These guys are
meant,
having a real
please
fucking conversation.
state your argument rather than just
Okay,
calling
okay.
it
So
common law.
this is your argument. If I can strongman it, you're
Yeah.
saying if you're making money by traveling on the roads, you need to pay in to maintain that road. But if you're just driving to your friend's house or your girlfriend's house to get a little, you know, you don't got to pay for the roads, right?
I am saying that's how it was one time in law. That is my complete statement. Since you took the time to steel man me, at
Okay,
one
well-
time that was the law.
It's been a while since I
agree.
read the common law, and then when we started getting all the motor vehicles out there, so I don't want to address that. But would you agree laws tend to change for the better? Sometimes not, but they do change for the better to make the country run smoother.
I'd
So would
still
you
be a
say
slave. I'd still be a slave. So it's hard
you're
for
not
me
a slave?
to
You don't need
disagree
to
that
fucking drive,
slaves
bro.
get
You can
laws
walk. Look,
still
look,
be a
it's in our
slave. So of course
Constitution.
I
Hold
agree
up,
that
bro.
laws
It's in our
change.
Constitution. We can go anywhere the fuck we want. We can go anywhere. I live in Jersey. I can go to all the way to fucking California. But if I don't get that fucking license and registration, my ass is walking.
You're just telling me what
That
the law
part is
exists.
true.
You're not telling me the reasoning, though, right?
You know what's crazy about it?
If it's in the Constitution and you can go there,
Look,
that doesn't that
our
mean
license. Listen,
doesn't
bro. Our
that mean that
license
they
tell
can't charge
us
you
that we're
if you're in the rights in the
capable
Constitution?
of driving a vehicle? That's what the license is. Our registration goes to the fucking roads. And then Rod, and I said you were smart. I take that shit back, bro. I ain't
Boy,
never
Mo
met a
saying
sovereign
that the
citizen
shit
in
don't
real life.
move, man. That shit don't move.
You're a
The thing
sovereign
is, it's not-
citizen.
I know when you're spurting out, oh, you're a sovereign citizen. You're
And I
spurting
just
out
gave
for
you my
what?
reason why, bro. I rebutted your fucking
Yeah,
claim.
Joe, I'm gonna be honest, man.
gave me
It sounds
one
like you're
sentence and you
basically
buried
saying
it
the
in there.
rules
I forgot it.
the rules are for thee, but not for me.
Again,
Exactly.
more
You
feelings.
wanna
Can you
live in the
tell me
country, but not
where that
contribute
comes
to
from?
it.
You right? You hop up here
I
with
tell you
feelings.
what,
You sound
if
like a
somebody breaks
Democrat.
in your
That's all I
fucking
can
house
hear
and you
when you
call
hop
the
up here
cops,
with no argument. You
I
sound like a
had no
Democrat.
argument, bro.
You sound like a
Who's
South
this
Sid, right?
bootlicker
Give me an
anyway?
argument.
Joe,
I gave you an
One at a
argument.
time,
I'll give
Not
you
you.
another
I'm
One at a
talking to the
time.
new cat who
One
hopped up
at
with
a
the green on
time.
listen
behind.
to the
Adam is
lunatic.
his name.
Listen to the
Adam. I was
lunatic.
talking to Adam, not you.
What was
give
that?
one more argument.
I was saying
One
Adam
person
hopped up and said
at a
I
time.
sound like the rules don't apply to me, and I was telling Adam that you're not. You might as well be saying hopping up and saying you're a Democrat. You like Kamala. You saying
I
you think
don't.
the rules don't apply to you is not an argument.
It is
Hey,
an
Adam,
argument
let
because
me
that's
give.
what you're saying, though. You're basically saying, well, if I want to go down to my family's house down the road, I should be able to drive down that road no matter what because I have the right to. But what you're not hearing these gentlemen say is that
Not
once you leave your
drive,
private
travel.
property, you
Not
have to
drive, but
adhere by
travel.
the laws.
One at a time. What does
Common
it
I
mean?
heard
law,
all that.
state
I
law,
heard all
federal
that. Which
law.
part was I missing? I heard that part.
Joe's right. Can we go on to the lunatic
Rocky.
now? I want to hear
Yeah,
the
I'm
lunatic.
fine for moving on. It don't bother me none.
I
I actually
apologize.
like to hear what
My
the
device died.
libertarian guys got to say.
Fuck that green
Go
man.
ahead, Lunatic. What's good?
What's good? So I said that what we're doing here is based on rhetoric, right? We have the left versus right paradigm. We have what libertarians call the duopoly. We have Democrats and Republicans funded by the same side. We have Democrats eliminating their own competition off of ballots. We have Republicans eliminating their own competition off the ballots. And then they eliminate the smaller guys off the ballots that can't grease the dollars to everybody so that they can get on the ballot. So do you actually have a real choice? Under crony capitalism? No. They've absolutely designed the system to make sure that they keep power. This is something that we try and tell people. Do you understand the election process? Do you understand door knocking? I need 50,000 signatures or whatever it is per capita population. And then says, okay, well, now I can get on the ballot. But before you even submit your signatures, you already have a lawsuit that's been filed against you for false signatures to get you off the ballot or to disqualify you. So when people talk about freedom of choice, yeah, this is all broadcasted on mass media. Why is everything subjugated to whether you hit the algorithm or not? Because of control. I am permanently banned from X/Twitter because I brought up Oprah Winfrey and Harvey Weinstein back in 2016. When Elon Musk supposedly was the free speech absolutionist.
Don't forget John of God.
Yeah, it's just this, it's an everlasting extension of ridiculousness, is what I call it.
Party system.
Well, I mean, what is it?
Hey, bro, if you haven't been banned off of at least one platform, you're not doing something right. You know,
it's the left, right. The left and the right work together. So it swings to the left, and then it swings to the right, and then it swings a little bit further to the left, a little bit to the right. It keeps going left,
sounds
though.
like my dick, Rocky.
Swinging to the left.
Unless you get true freedom, Rocky, unless you get past that dynamic and you're able to ask and answer the questions that me and you are talking about right now. You have to get past that belief that the left or the right has the answer. They do not.
Joe, real quick, I don't mean to cut you off. I need to ask, is my fan bothering you guys?
No.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure I wasn't blowing over your ear.
It's groovy. Thank you. The solution would look drastically different from either left or right, is where I was going with that. Which means you have to be able to talk about solutions that look different.
The reason, Rocky, that they set up a drift to the left for so long is to create the hard snap over to the right. So this is part of why we're seeing moves toward like orthodoxy and things like that, where they're going to those crazy strict religious systems and moving toward things like that, is because the public has been moved so far left that people are like, this is crazy. We need extreme control. You can't get fascism without, you can't have Hulk Hogan without Andre the Giant.
Well, what is true freedom, right? Freedom is the ability to move how you want in the paradigm of the time that you want. Now, everybody really, truly has that right now, but the decision-making process that they make allows them to create dysfunction because that's how the system functions, is off of your dysfunction. And they're going to tell you, we have the solutions for you. Big Pharma, they have every pill. I have known Marine veterans that have been prescribed 3 times the limit of Seroquel, but yet again, it's all in the best interest for them. But everybody knows, when I went through boot camp, I was a part of a experimental pneumococcal vaccine in 2001. They said, oh, you're either going to take this shot or you're done. So I took the shot. I couldn't pull them records for 24 years. I got out in 04. Do the math. Like, it is crazy. Like, it is crazy. Because it was administered in 01. So it's wild. I am not here to say that veterans are horrible people. I'm not here to say that Democrats are horrible people. I'm not saying that people aren't struggling. I think that people aren't trained to abide by the system, to actually excel in the system. That's why you're not taught business, finance, in public education. You're not taught how to be a mechanic in public education. You're not taught basic things in public education. Why? Because Rockefeller said we need workers, not thinkers. But yet again, all of academia has the monopoly on who is accredited to be the thinkers and who are not. But anybody that doubted Fauci, well, you a criminal. But why was he needing the fucking pardon from the president to make sure he wasn't prosecuted at 80 years old? Like, make it make sense to me. Make it make sense.
I absolutely agree with that.
They're all in on it. We're under a one world government already, and all the nations are working together. They're all world.
Well, the
stage.
powerful ones are, yeah. Powerful.
Well, Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 was already agreed upon by how many nations? 55, 60 nations across the country. That it would be a globalistic system by that
That's
time.
insane.
Which was funded, but it was funded by the WEF, right? But COVID allowed everybody to get out of their normal routines, get out of the rat race, and sit back and actually analyze their lives. That's one thing that they didn't expect people to do, was to sit back and think while they're sitting at home and got shit to do as they twiddling their thumbs, and they worried about what bills they're going to pay, as Uncle Sam's going to pay them $600-700 a week for unemployment, right? Everybody's getting their tax returns back, right? Well, central banking systems,
World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, international bankers, all in Switzerland.
Rocky,
you're not
don't
neutral.
start talking
Everybody
when
they
other
say they're
people are
neutral.
talking. This
They
isn't your
weren't
first
neutral.
channel, bro.
They weren't neutral in World War II.
Well,
Yeah, out of
Rock,
your system now? Is it out of your system?
if you look at any central banking, or you look at any control system, money is a control system. The 40-hour work week is a control system. Having access to anything is a control system. There have been plenty of people that have tried to accumulate the community to produce outcomes that are beneficial for the community. What happened? They all failed because nobody wanted to actually put in the physical labor, the physical work. And maybe they were lacking in the actual knowledge and wisdom, but they didn't even want to try. And that's what we have now. A nation of people that don't want to even try because they are sold the idea that you can get on YouTube, get 20,000 subscribers, and make a living just doing whatever, right?
I like the part you said about control better. I like that. I always say control is evil. Look for it. It's a great indicator that someone is evil. And you were saying all these things are control mechanisms, man. I got to agree with you.
Religious control mechanisms.
Well, how do they manipulate society? Through their emotions?
Yes.
Through whatever stripes they have? Like, I'm trying to really articulate with people that have political arguments, right? Please, let's start at the fundamental foundation, which is you have to understand the Federalist and Anti-Federalist arguments when the nation was created after the Confederation of States. Then you have to understand the civics lesson all the way through how they have manipulated the system to be more federalist.
Right. That's what I was trying to tell.
This is not an old argument. This is just them manipulating their way of thinking through the system to be more federalist. And because we had the Civil War, who teaches us about the Civil War? Public education for most of us, right? You don't have a private education or a homeschool education. They tell you the Union was the greatest thing ever.
Yes,
they tell you that the Nazis were the worst thing in the world. They don't tell you about the Bolsheviks. They don't tell you about genocide that killed 30 million Catholics, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I taught all that to my children. I taught all that. So I homeschooled, and then I tried to start in my community. I tried to start a boys' club to train boys to like weld, repair cars, and woodworking, and I got shut down by a religious fanatic in my community.
But you call that tangible skill sets, right? Learned tangible skill sets, because they all intertwine.
Right?
We all know the medical symbol, right?
So I'm looking for a ranch hand, right?
Also wants to bring back slavery. So when you're getting a small army of young men and then you're also promoting slavery, that probably got mistaken.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to say it. I wasn't even going to say anything.
Promoting is like a master like a master mason teaches another mason how to build rock.
Right. I'm totally with you.
I'm
That's
a master.
great system.
I'm a
It's some-
master, and I got a skill set of diesel construction technology. I'm a master diesel technician. So what I want to do is I want to be able to train people, but should they pay me? Or, I mean, if I had like a ranch hand, someone who I provide for shelter, I give him a pickup,
A slave,
and he works for me without pay. He's not really a slave.
Well,
He's just,
now we're talking
teaching
about. Hold on, Rocky. Hold on. Because now you're conflating two ideas. One is an apprenticeship where you're passing a skill set on to a willing, participating young person that is choosing to be on your property. The other thing you were talking about, where you had to shackle people and keep them as a slave, and they had to work for you because they owed you something. These are two very different concepts, sir.
Well,
the only thing that man is teaching is how to run plantations.
And by the way, that is not legal. I don't know if you realize that indentured servitude.
An indentured slave was to pay back a debt. So if someone owed me something, he would have to pay it back.
See,
either.
Rocky, this is why the church came and got their kids back, because they said, Jesus Christ, you can't use scripture to justify wanting slaves.
It teaches you how to deal with slavery. Slavery is a real thing. So slavery is a real thing, and Jesus told the slave to go back to his master.
States of America, sir.
Jesus told his slave to go back to his master, and then Jesus told the master.
Is that a fucking Mjolnir?
To let his slave
I
go.
like you more and more, dude.
Bro, you are on the right panel. For real.
I like you more and more.
Hey, bro, I got it right here. We do not bend our knees in supplication to the gods and goddesses, nor do we beg them to do for us. Rather, we ask them to empower us to do ourselves. We neither need nor ask our gods for forgiveness. We were not born into sin. We were born to be the best we can be.
I was born into greatness. That blood flows in me. And when I scream out Odin, you should be very fucking careful, because I'm not asking for help. I'm about to show off.
And like I told the person in the chat, I'm not asking permission to exist. Police officers are just other meat bag suits and costumes to me. I'm sorry. I am sorry. You are not. All of my cases against me are against police officers. So I am not the one to give a fuck about whether you think you have an authority over me. I'm sorry. If you want to step in the gauntlet or the ring, we will see who's going to come out on the other end. We will see who has the monopoly on violence. And that's what I talk about being trained and skilled and have wisdom because you failed. People hate failure nowadays. They say, oh, no, you're good. You got a participation trophy. No, you need to fail in order to succeed, because that is the
you need to fail. They're handing out these everybody gets a trophy crap because we had first, second, and third for a damn reason. The best of the best made it to the top, and it went down.
Dude, a lot of people don't realize this, and they don't hear things like that from me because they look at all the crazy shit that I do. I gotta promise you, failing is the thing I'm best at. I've done that by far and away the most.
That's a good thing. The more failures you have, then the more learned you are.
Yeah, I'm good at shit because I failed a whole lot and fucked it up in every way you can imagine. And then I got pretty good at it somewhere after figuring all that out.
Mr. Libertarian, you're cutting out again.
Ben, I got.
No, I'm just muted. I'm just muted, bro. I'm just muted.
Oh, all right. I thought because your thing was freezing.
Can we put some polish on that learning? Because failing and making mistakes is a pathway to learning, but you have to be willing to face yourself in a truthful way, your choices in a truthful way, and really learn the lesson from your mistakes. Because
I agree, son. If you just run from them, and avoid them, then yes, you don't benefit from
Joe,
them. We agree.
what did Michael Jackson tell us? I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm not looking at anybody else for my failures. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. Who am I going to change today?
And that's who I have the best ability to control, right? I worry about trying to control another motherfucker, period. I told you, I think that shit's evil. So the best chance I have of controlling something is myself. So I would start there with any endeavor. What can I change about me first?
Don't follow common law. That's the first thing you got to do.
There's a news flash. Israel. See how they confuse you even in the news reports. It says Israel vote divides Democrats. More than 100 House Democrats backed a failed bid to cut U.S. aid to Israel, spotlighting a deepening split within the party. What the fuck
that's cool. That's cool if they did that, right? I mean, it's all for show, but it's positive.
They're wording that suspiciously. The thing that failed was we were going to, and this is fucking crazy, we were going to integrate our system fully with Israel's, where we weren't sharing information anymore. It was one system. So all of our they have open availability to it. So that's real disingenuous that they fucking acted like it was a funding bill. No, this was to completely integrate all of our all of our intel, all that shit. All completely.
That was spooky, and it's good to know.
That's what I don't understand.
Mr. Balderson, wouldn't that work both ways though?
Yeah,
I'm just asking it. It would go both ways though.
Yeah. The little kid. We would get great advantages from knowing what a fucking podunk country the size of Rhode Island is doing.
And I wonder
military advantages from that. No,
and Israel is not good. They're not good faith.
One way thing.
It is. Israel's not good faith. I don't give a fuck what they say. They're gonna take advantage of our shit and give us bullshit. That's in their nature. They're too secretive.
Well, I'm not a fan of Israel, so you're not gonna get any argument from me.
Bro, I'll smack the fuck out of an IDF soldier. I don't give a fuck. I'll smack the fuck out of two bitches, especially on a fucking U.S. campus. I'll smack the fuck out of them. I'll give them a Connex box counseling from hell. I start from 01 to 04. No. You're getting a Connex box counseling with me. We're gonna have a little discussion, homie.
Dude, I don't know shit about soccer and never watched anything of it till like a month ago. And my buddy sends me a fucking video of Erling Haaland taking a fucking Israeli and fucking chucking him into the ball and scoring with the fucking, like, here, I use you. And then they donated a bunch of money to Palestine and now are using their position and fame to try and get Israel removed from the fucking World Cup. I'm
just
like
trolling
them.
Hey, bro, there was an MMA fighter from Ireland that ended this fool on elbows going, "Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine," and that motherfucker quit.
An IDF soldier in a UFC fight, he fought an IDF soldier and just sat and talked shit. An Irishman just.
What does that mean, Benjamin? What does that statement mean, though? I don't even understand. More than 100 House Democrats.
That's because you're still in the 1700s.
What do you mean back to fail bid? What was the bid? I mean,
the bid was to try and pass NDAA. The National Defense Authorization Act, which had in it that we were going to fully integrate our intelligence systems with Israel. And so
the Democrats did a
that
good
article
thing.
might as well say is a bunch of AIPAC Democrats voted for this shit because they were paid to, but not enough of them. AIPAC needs to pay out more money, as panelists do point out. They are not the most prolific, and so they need to up their game if they want to fully corrupt our fucking system.
So what they did, not backing it, was a good thing. But
yes,
we lost our sovereign citizen.
And the Democrats.
He'll be back. Joe's always on a phone, and he uses like 3 different phones.
He just wants to quit when he wants to.
He also does that.
So you're saying the Democrats actually did a good thing this time?
Yeah,
it was in their interest.
It's absolutely wild to imagine anybody would want to integrate our fucking intelligence with fucking Israel's. Come out and in. It's insane that anybody would want to integrate our intelligence with Israel's and give them open fucking purview of all of our secrets and all of our technology.
And that's what Trump wants to do. Trump wants to do that, right?
Trump wants that. He tried sneaking that in. Well, Trump is married into the Chabad Lubavitch family system of small hats. And that, anytime you look at any religion, every religion has its group of extremists that really want some wild shit that nobody else co-signs. The Chabad Lubavitch,
the no-hide laws.
Yeah, they are that group. And he is married into that group. His bloodline is continuing through that group.
Yeah, they're all kind of related. They're all kind of an elite 12 family system of fucking shapeshifters or something. I don't know. They're all like trans.
They're the lizard people.
They're like Baphomet.
David Icke now?
You can't tell if they're women or men half the time.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I prefer David Icke to trying to bring back slavery, but it's still a little.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Hey, yeah, Rocky, I got a question about that, bro. Who decides, based on the punishment, who becomes a slave? Who decides that? Or is it just one crime of the PDF?
Don't get him talking about slavery again. That's your bad crowd.
Hold up, nah, babe. You just brought it up.
Can we please leave the 1700s?
The lunatic libertarian was right. People in office should work volunteer system.
Hold up. Hey, Rock, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked you that. Ben's the moderator. He's the boss of this stream. He said not to bring it up, so I retract my question.
Well, he's hot tonight. I don't think that they should necessarily work for free, but the pay should be very limited. So if I was making changes, number one change would be that elections are publicly funded and that each candidate only gets to spend those allotted amount of public funds. This is going to do a couple things. It's going to stop all the lobbying and all that because they can't even fucking give them money. No politicians are allowed to accept gifts nor funding from any source outside of that public fund. All candidates are allotted an equal amount of funds. And so now we're going to open up the field to more than just the Democrats and Republicans, and we're going to equalize that out. So now we can start weighing and measuring these candidates based on who they are rather than what we're presented. Then I would, like I said, they can never receive gifts, never any of that kind of thing. And we would pay them and pay them reasonably. But there would be a junior and then a senior. So if you just got in office once and you didn't do your fucking job, you don't make decent money. But if you've been doing it, I understand, like any other job, there should be a compensation. And I understand that you're going to move from like maybe a House representative to senator and then possibly president, or maybe going in through the gubernatorial route. That takes time and your family's got to live. I get it. But this is not going to be so above and beyond the normal man, where you got a class of people like Nancy Pelosi and her friends that are literally have hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're an entirely different class than the people they're serving. So they can live decently, middle class, decent, but they shouldn't become obviously the nature of the system. If you're allowed to make yourself exorbitantly wealthy, you're going to do things that allot that. And so we would have to make it so no, you do not get
irritating noise in the background.
Besides yourself. I believe that Adam's got a fan here. He muted. Now the only irritating noise in the background's you.
No.
Yeah, no, Adam. You know, like it doesn't bother some of us, but yeah, if you're not talking, it does help if you.
Which I do often, anyways. I do that often.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to link my
I
my
apologize.
other live
I
stream.
can't be sitting here sweating my ass off.
Because I only hear half of you.
No, not you, Libertarian. It was Adam.
It was Adam.
But yeah, no, and I hear the background noise on yours as well, Libertarian. So we appreciate it. Yeah, anytime that people mute up when they're not talking is super beneficial anyway, because we all have the habit of chiming in when others are talking, and so if you mute up,
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Not all of us. That is true, Kraut. You don't actually. I will give.
I heard a Santa typically, unless he gets up in his feels.
Right.
Typically, Santa's the most polite of us, and will sit there with his hand up so long that you think he froze.
I was going to say, I kind of do probably more frequently than Clay just suggested, but I'll stop right away. I don't try to ramble on, and it's really hate to use it, but it's part of my ADHD. I'll like something in my brain will come on, and I'm like, la, 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 la. Shut the fuck up, Rob. Other people are talking. Oh, shit.
I do the same shit. I do the same shit. I'm doing it right now.
Nobody heard that, right? Oh, motherfucker.
Loud as fuck, too. Hey,
that's
I have to work on my arms because Ben made fun of me having wings on my arms. So I'm just doing the right.
All right. On that note, I'm fixing to get off. I'm fixing to eat me some dinner. Have a good night, everybody. Lunatic, I got a quick question for you because I was going to get my Golden Gloves, but I get hit by a car. How long did it take you to get that shit, bro?
I actually went to the Golden Gloves. I lost. I went from 204 to 164 from January to March. It was a competition that was presented to me to make 164 to compete. I fought at Expert Novice. It was my first amateur fight. 40 years old, bro. Made that weight. Took home a silver medal.
Nice. Yeah, what the thing is, I don't normally talk or do about that shit. Like Tootie's probably the first person on air that seen me flex like that. But we were off air one night and watching the UFC fight for the 4th of July. Or for Trump's birthday or whatever. We were watching the fight. So in that, we were fucking around because, you know, it's just us guys being guys fucking with each other. And I flexed and then Santa flexed behind me and threw his arm up and I started giving him some ribbon, you know, and it's not something I would normally ever do on the show. I don't ever flex or take my shirt off or anything. Usually I'm sitting here in a hoodie.
He's just trying to show that, you know, anorexic string.
You know, Now I got Rocky over here fucking flexing and shit.
Yeah.
Like
there you
go.
There you
go. I wanted to get that, man. I really did. I tell you what, though, I'm 6'3".
I got the right to bear arms, motherfucker.
I didn't want to. So I stayed under 200, so I wasn't a heavyweight. And but yeah, like I said, I got hit by the car. So after I couldn't go that route anymore, I started bulking up. I went from like 196 to like 230, probably like 20 pounds of muscle and the rest fat. I got big. I just started fucking bulking. I don't need to worry about my weight no more.
You ever seen that cartoon character, the Italian or
I'm out though. Ben, thanks for having me. Everybody else, take it easy. Lunatic, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Later,
you know that Irish or Italian guy with the tank top, but the pants are way too high? That's Rocky.
What if I'm 240 and I got down to 190? What division would that be?
We shall fisticuffs, sir.
I would imagine 190. Wouldn't it be like a lightweight, featherweight, or something?
Light heavyweight, maybe. Isn't 145 the lowest?
Light heavyweight.
135.
Yeah, that's flyweight. That's flyweight. I'm actually when I
6'4", 190. 6 foot
If I
four.
go
Listen, look at the guns you got, man. We saw that little flex there scratching your head.
Oh, right?
I like
No,
it.
no, dude, I live off grid on a farm. That's
Santa would be in.
I literally
what,
carry
300,
up
320.
and down the mountain.
That's really close, Rock. I would be in the super heavyweight fat division.
Super heavy.
But I did it honestly with medical supervised opiates. And then
The lunatic libertarian said 190 would be cruiserweight.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks.
I feel like at 6'4", though, Rocky, you should be well over 200 pounds. Though.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough.
Well, most of my life, I was around 190 when I was younger. I was
Skinny
6'2", and then I went to 6'4".
Was that in the 1600s?
200 might be good.
Yeah, that's because all that time in the field. Chucking.
I tend to range between 150 and 160.
Rocky got strong from cracking whips
and doing crack.
I was in the Marine Corps. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was around 195. I was a lean, mean killing machine.
I was 190, 195 before I got
now
here.
you're just Rocky.
Now I'm
So you were a seaman.
Well, actually I was E5, but yeah, I get your joke.
I thought that was Rocky talking. That's why I said it.
My father was a doctor.
No, thank you for your service, Mr. Santa.
Marines we got other veterans around here too.
Yeah, actually,
I said it earlier to the lunatic. I said I don't know if he heard me, but I did thank him for his service when he said he served.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, 4 out of 6 of us on the panel here are veterans, I believe.
Well, thank you all for your service. My uncle's an Army Ranger, so I get.
My father
he's
was
a bad mofo. He don't really talk too much.
No, my father was a doctor in the Navy, and when he got out, he couldn't get a job. He was a naval corpsman and saved lives by cutting people's arms off real fast and putting bandages on. But when he got out, he couldn't get a job. So you know what he got a job at? A butcher, a German butcher.
Oh, good.
Love the tat. Mr. Libertarian.
As a corpsman in the Pacific fighting the Japanese, he had to amputate as fast. The best amputation was the fastest you could do it. So pain.
Oh, I bet he got
real skilled in the Civil War. That fucking tongue you're holding. He could have cut that shit off.
He also, the reason he had to go to the Pacific and not to Germany is because they specifically made the Germans fight the Japanese because the Germans wouldn't kill their own people.
Yeah, we're like that. We're very tribalist. We're still like that. When fucking Tacitus came upon the German people in around 1000 AD, and he said, these motherfuckers, they won't even have sex with other people. Like, they only like their own people, and they don't even seem to like each other that much because they don't live by each other. They all stay separate. Like, fucking, yeah, that's the way
just
we
a
are.
bunch of antisocial people. Like, hey, those fuckers down the street, we can't mess with them.
Dude, fucking, there's a joke. There's a joke that give a German a sausage and a tree and they're happy.
Multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is bullshit.
Oh,
well, we know because you like slavery, so you would.
We caught that.
Yeah,
we caught that.
Hey, Rock, I'm multicultural. How about that?
Rocky's form of multicultural is all the brown people in chains doing manual labor.
Yeah.
No.
Should have seen me while I was doing
when I was growing up in the 60s, all the schools,
the 1860s,
the white people.
Hey man, I'm multicultural. My grandfather came from Ponce, Puerto Rico.
72,
my other grandfather was 100% Irish. My grandmother, half German, half Polish.
Wow,
that's a dangerous combination. And then my father came in and said, here's all that's gained in the Navy, and we're going to stick it right in that bloodline.
Need some Viking in there.
Well,
I got to get me a genetic test done because I don't know what I am really. I mean,
yeah, you
I'm
got to get
nervous to do it because I don't want to learn some bad stuff about my ancestors. Like, oh, y'all were some scum.
You guys,
It's in everybody's
most people would never guess this about me, but I actually, growing up, I came from a very mixed family because my aunts all like black guys. And so, like, growing up, and this is in the fucking 70s, again, all my cousins were mixed, and my brother the only white ones. Well, my aunts who like black guys, one of my great grandparents has questionable heritage, and she had a little bit darker skin. And so the rumor and the rumor that they would make up was that we were mixed, and because they desperately wanted us to be part black, and fucking so my dad and my daughter went and did that DNA test, and my dad and my daughter, because my line didn't mix, and fucking we are like, they're like the only thing that's not just like gleaming white German and fucking shit is fucking it says 0.3 is Asian, and then if you open that up, it's because that's where the first white men came from, like it was Indo-Asia. I'm like, oh god, that's funny. We're like, yeah, and my aunts were butt hurt.
Hey Ben, I got an image up.
Goes back to the 1400s in Switzerland, and we came over here after the 30-year war. We were fighting against Rome.
Yeah, he got a slave cap on.
We New Amsterdam, New York used to be called New Amsterdam. So we settled it. We came over with the Huguenots.
The what? The what?
Anti-Roman.
Hold on. What did he say?
Is Amsterdam a
We were
goddamn?
anti-Roman. We lost the 30-year war against Rome, so we came over here in the 1660s. We established
Welcome, Hustle.
New Amsterdam.
Harry acts awesome.
New Amsterdam.
Yeah, I actually like that guy. Santa said he
Go
got
ahead.
something.
Continue with your New Amsterdam there, Rocky.
And then my father,
God bless if we interrupt you.
my father,
Oh boy.
Yeah, there it is, other than the Cherokee. So I don't know how that mustard yellow got in there, but it did. And also in Normandy.
That was a drunk night. It was 1677. It happened.
She was good looking, and we
that wine was flowing.
Wagon.
You know how it is. You're at a tavern. You're out of town. You know,
stuff happens.
Little too much mead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it happens. It happens.
Yeah, but I don't have, because my Cherokee ancestors are all female, I don't have the Y chromosome for the native blood.
So your Indian side, your girly side?
What's that?
So your Indian side, your girly side?
Well, I have three in there.
It's native.
Yeah. Well, see, they were cool enough to stand up to the U.S. Army and win with the Scott Irish. So yeah, it's badass.
I often
Native American.
Especially when I first met my wife, because my wife from basically, I swear to God, she grew up on the set of Donna Reed, and fucking thought that was like the real world. And then she's like, all the dudes from her world are so sissified, it's fucking not even.
Right, yeah.
And I was like,
my
fucking aunt Tammy is tougher and more rugged than most dudes I've ever met in California, and I find her feminine. Like it's like people don't even. What's up, Aunt? People don't even realize how very feminized men are. Like when you get around actual rugged men, you're like, that's a different thing.
It's terrible. There's nothing but betas running around today.
Dude, I go out and do public speaking because before I was in the debate world, I was more into the truther world, and I was big enough in there that I got invited to events. And all these other guys, like I live off grid, and this is something I do with my spare time because I live 2 hours from town. What the fuck else am I gonna do? You know? And so I just do this shit with my spare time and fuck around. But I don't make a life out of it. I go outside anytime that I'm not fucking on screen. Like fucking, I am definitely two different colors, you know. Like I'm outside working very constantly. So when I get around these guys that like, even like an Andrew Wilson type, who's just a little fucking butterball that can't open up a fucking olive jar because he don't got no fucking calluses on his hands. Like that's the trick to getting that gription is having calluses. Like, so when I go to public events, oh, you'd be shocked. These guys like cow down from me. Like I'm like some raving fucking animal. And I'm just like, it's all right, guys. I'm just not neutered. It's okay.
Right. I've worked my whole life. I've roofed, I've landscaped, I've done real work. And then I hear these little cucks cry about their little McDonald's jobs or some BS shit they're doing. And then they want to compare, like, brother, I put in 17-hour days in the sun. I wore myself out where I'd have heart surgery because of it.
Wow.
Hashtag Gigglegate.
Well, when I was talking
Just
about
saying.
Was
for real,
the-
like bitching and pissing and moaning because a lady laughed at you? Like,
In the
That's not
1600s.
Tootie can
In the-
open her own jar because Tootie gets high and Tootie fucking gets the munchies and she fucking needs to get that food. She can open up her own damn jar.
Well, in the 1600s,
Can we stop
America-
time traveling with you?
they were anti-Roman Catholic, and so that's the
Who was
Protestant
anti-Roman
came over
Catholic?
here to get away from the Roman. When I say Roman, I don't mean ancient Rome. I mean the Roman Catholic Church.
Who was anti-Roman
He fought against
Catholic?
those
Rocky?
motherfuckers, and it was used to be against the law to be Catholic
Who
in
was
America.
the day that you're talking about?
Rocky, who was against the Roman Catholic Church?
I'm talking pre 1776. I'm talking the 1600s.
Who? Not when. Who?
My family, the Huguenot,
we're on
Huguenot,
track now. Your
Oh,
family
and
was against the
from
Roman Catholic
Switzerland.
Church. Okay, go ahead.
Switzerland fought against the Roman Catholics in the 1630s. It's called the 30-Year War.
Right.
We were fighting
Yes,
against the Roman Catholic Church. We came
Didn't
over
the
here.
Nordic tribes fight?
We came
the
over,
churches
established
for,
New
like, ever?
Amsterdam. New Amsterdam was a Swiss establishment established by Switzerland, and then
Wouldn't
but
Amsterdam
now,
be from the
but then
Dutch?
after the 1600s, Rome took over Switzerland, and now it's the headquarters of CERN, World Economic
Oh, you did all
Forum.
this. You did all this over talking to tell us about the Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra.
Yeah. Hey, fucking A. What were you saying, Clay?
Well, I was gonna say, like, I mean, wasn't it the case that all the Nordic nations fought against the church for like ever?
while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't just the 1700s. Like, it was like
Not in the-
from like 900 or 800 or something.
It
all-
you need
started
the
being a
Bible.
problem in around 600 to 700.
Yeah.
You started seeing the missionaries start creeping in because
Yeah.
where the problem came in is they tried to overtake the northern tribes by force, and
Right.
then this thing called the Battle of Teutoburg Forest happened, and the worst defeat in Roman history ever happened during that, and nobody out of 3 Roman legions and all their camp followers, nobody made it home. So they said, you know what? Them Germanics are prickly motherfuckers. Maybe we don't go and try and beat them up. And although they did get Germanicus to come in and wreak some havoc and fight some, but the tribes weren't united by that.
Right.
point.
It was more like a conscription payment
yeah.
type deal.
Yeah, just pissy, causing some havoc. So they start sending in the missionaries, and where the problem was, what really would happen was there would be power-seeking underlings that Rome, the Roman Church would empower in order to overthrow. You guys might have heard this story. I don't know who uses this playbook anymore. It's archaic. Would pay underlings to become discontents to then overthrow the government, and then they would bring in their power to also help to overthrow it. Yeah, I know. I know it sounds familiar. I don't. But I promise you, we don't do.
Do you know that the American?
We never do that today.
The Geneva Bible was the
no, we don't
Bible.
do that.
The Geneva Bible was the preferred Bible brought over by the Protestants, protesters against Rome.
Correct. Well, it wasn't
The Geneva-
it wasn't the Protestants necessarily, but it was the Pilgrim's Bible, is what they call it. The original, what they called the fucking Quakers, and they said they were religious zealots. That's because they rejected the King James Bible and said we follow the 15. Some of them, the 1599 Geneva Bible, which was the church accepted Geneva Bible. Some of them, the 1560 Geneva Bible, which is arguably the first English translation of the Bible.
Yeah. And then President George Washington in Virginia, Maryland, re-established the Roman government that we're presently under.
You know,
But
that
before
all came to a head like in the 1930s and early 1940s, by the way. I don't know if you like when we're talking about the Germanic stuff, just like to point that out. Like I you know,
nobody said anything about Nordics, Danny boy. We're talking about fucking 1000 AD and 0 AD to be 3 AD to be honest. When it was all
3 AD,
Germania.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to remember. You got to remember something. This guy thinks that Pangea broke at 70 AD.
Yeah, that's right.
Anything Rocky says is not necessarily at all reflected by any of the rest of the panel. And in fact, most of what he says, the rest of the
12
panel
tribes.
downright rejects.
The 12 tribes.
Yeah.
The 12 tribes of
Well, you got to
Israel.
understand, guys. There was this massive earthquake in 70 AD.
And the Canaanites, the Dans, or the tribe of Dan, is the only tribe not mentioned in the 13 when God talks about the tribe of Dan. It's not mentioned as one of the 13 tribes of Israel during the
That was 12
dispersion
tribes.
of the 10 tribes
It
of
was
Israel.
12.
They dispersed up
It was
north.
12. What
They
are we
dispersed
talking?
up north. One of the
What's the
tribes
13
was called
tribes?
Dan.
Hold
The
on.
Danites.
Which
The
one is the
Danites
13?
are dispersions
Oh,
of so Israel.
Well, Dan
the
shouldn't have
10
pissed
tribes
that
of
off.
Israel dispersed. Nobody knew who they were, but one of the tribes, the Danites, the tribe of Dan, Denmark.
That's the Danites.
Tribe of
Hey,
Dan.
Rocky, have you considered ASMR videos?
No.
You might.
Have you considered?
I can totally see him doing it too. All right, 1776.
White people are so the
It's
Israelites
almost like that
dispersed
thing
among
in
the
Dune
nations.
when it opens.
So you're all Israelites. You don't even know that. You guys are all.
We love you, Rocky.
He does kind of sound like a Buddhist monk.
Anyway, Zionism. These fake Jews, Zionism is created by a false eschatology of futurism, and that's where you get Zionism created. It started with the Schofield Bible, which started dispensationalism.
It's a red
And
heifer.
the red heifer comes from Texas, and it doesn't. There's no red heifer. America
I
is
seen a
Egypt.
red heifer, and that bitch was beautiful.
I would say that the Israelites disagree with you on that one because they got a red heifer ready to go.
And they got it from Texas, but
Yeah, but they can't do it
America
without the
is
third
Egypt.
temple.
America is
Is that
Egypt.
what that
The
song's
Nile
about?
is.
God bless Texas from his own hand.
Hey, Rocky, can I ask Clay a question? So,
Sure.
Clay, I know that the King James was a very early edition, and I don't have one, so I can't see what it is. But was that the Masoretic text or the Septuagint? I forgot how to say that. You know, because there was the 70 rabbis who got together and they presented one. And then the Masoretic text, I recall that it was a competing version.
Remind me. No, I don't. Remind me of what the Masoretic texts are. Is that like outside of the 66 canon? Because the King James is King James is the 66 canon.
Okay.
King James.
Because I understand that was one of the earliest that was reliable to the official quote unquote Jewish scriptures, like I have in the Tanakh.
Gotcha. Yeah. I know that the Catholics use many more books or scrolls, if you will, than the average, or the Protestants, if you will.
Sure.
The known Protestants, right? So the Protestants really only, I don't really know many organizational Protestants that use anything outside of the 66 canon, and they're strongly encouraged not to read outside of the 66 canon.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let me ask Clay something real quick.
The Geneva Bible. The reason why they didn't King James didn't like the Geneva Bible was because King James.
All of this though is separate from the Geneva Bible and the King James Bible, though, Rocky. What they're talking about is which books are in the Bible, and what you're talking about is a translation of the Bible.
Yeah, I think Thomas is part of the Masoretic text, correct?
Yeah, one of the ones that was
Latin. They have Latin.
Why wasn't like the book of Enoch and all that included in the Bible? Why did they decide to take that out?
Well, you know, that was the different councils throughout the eras, and there's speculation on why they removed obviously whatever books, but can we say what they did at those councils? No. The very first council, what we can say is that that's where the most direction was pushed. So in the very first council, that was based on the Arian controversy, and when I say Arian, I don't mean
Germany.
I know what you mean.
I mean Arianus, who didn't believe that Christ was a divine figure, that he was a prophet instead, and the whole Trinity and divinity thing, that was on the other side of that battle. And the Christians were, according to the history, were super violent with each other about it. And Constantine brought it together, and they made their decision, and then got rid of all the Arian followers. And then they started. Now, your Orthodox at least will try telling you that they did not pick the canon Bibles at that point in time. But if you go look at St. Jerome, the patron saint of libraries and recording and shit, he says at the first council in Nicaea that they canonized the book of, is it Esther? It was one of the books of, it's a girl's name. Ruth.
It may be Ruth, because Ruth was not originally, she was a proselytized Israelite.
Right. She was. They decided at the first council in Nicaea to put her work in the canon, and it says that in St. Jerome's translation of Ruth. And so that was definitely decided. So you can't tell me they weren't deciding canon at the first council when the fucking guy who was there making the decisions and being the sacred recorder says that happened. Like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Well, history is a mystery.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
You know, Rocky
Sounds like a good tagline.
Rocky was like clear salient. Rocky was like clear salient points were being made. I have a bucket of mud. Let me splash it all over it.
Yeah.
He just comes up, you know.
As soon as he said it, he knew it was dumb too. Like, I should not have said that.
That shit was funny as hell.
His story. What is his story? Tell us all about his story, right?
Oh my God. So Clay, let me ask you, do you believe anything from the Book of Enoch and the Watchers and all that?
I really haven't, outside of the 66 canon. Studied a whole lot into the other, what would be called in most Protestant would be called the apocryphal text, and it's not because I don't desire to understand or recount the history of it. It's because the 66 books, actually you can get pretty much all you need without even the Bible. It's something that ought be trained into a human being, because as children, you know, we act like children, but then when we grow up, we become men, we become women, right? And so I obviously have studied a lot of the 66. I believe it. I just don't see the value in much more than that, right? It's not for me to. I mean, I just don't study it. It's
the one I would strongly wonder why a person wouldn't study that's in your faith is the Book of Thomas, which is basically what we would consider the equivalent of the Havamal, where the Havamal is literally the words of the wise one. And fucking that's the thing that where it's just the shit Odin says. And the Book of Thomas is primarily, what is it they call this, like red letter? Is it red letter text or something?
I think so, yeah.
Where the Book of Thomas is primarily red letter text, and in all the other books there's just like little phrases in it. So why would you throw out the book that contains the most things directly said by the person that you're supposed to follow
to him, kind of thing? Yeah. You know, there is something that I also look at when considering whether it's worth going outside of the 66 canon, which is the credibility of the person who's doing the writings. Now, a lot of people can say, "Oh, well, what about Paul? Paul, right?" The credibility factor does come in. So all the way through to the end, once the revelation came, or whatever you want to say, the belief, once you believe in something, like swaying away from that at some point is where your credibility comes in. It's either you believe and you're going to stay steadfast in that belief, or you're not. Where with Thomas specifically, it's written about him that he is the one who doubted. He actually had to stick his finger into the side of Jesus in the account for him to believe. It took that much for him to believe. He believed.
But wouldn't you say that would by nature lend him actually more credibility, because he was the hardest to convince and still landed at that spot, even though he was the most skeptical? And then further, you're the one who brought up the reference to Paul. So further on that, do you find that his brother, his actual brother that was with him the most, less credible than a guy who said he had a vision out on the road by himself, who previously to that was a Roman soldier, and then is the biggest, his book is the one that the Roman Council took and made the primary book through their moves at the First Council in Nicaea?
So which brother specifically?
Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas.
I thought it was because it was so Gnostic.
That's what I've been talking about this whole time, bro. They say that Thomas is almost entirely the words of Jesus.
Yeah. But Tom, you said his brother.
That Thomas is his brother, his actual brother.
Thomas is Jesus' brother.
Yes.
Really?
That's what they say. Like.
Oh, you're
know,
talking about
Joseph
Thomas
got the
was
footy
an
eventually,
apostle.
bro. Joseph got the footy eventually.
Thomas was doubting. Thomas was an apostle. He's the one who doubted Christ. Thomas.
No, Thomas is not. No, I didn't think so. I would have been like, that's news to me. No, Thomas was not. He was an apostle.
Maybe I'm confusing two things. Again, this isn't my area of expertise, which is why I wouldn't normally bring it up. I would just have questions.
Yeah. Yeah, it was James.
I would have to agree with Mr. Balderson though on the claim that it would make him more credible because he was the hardest to convince. I'd actually have to lend some credence to that, because if in the end he did still ultimately land where every other person did at that time with Christ, how does that make him any less credible?
So doubt is the loss of credibility.
Oh shit! He's Jesus's twin brother.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Thomas, the apostle.
Yeah, he's Jesus's twin brother.
Yeah, that's a bullshit story. Then that book shouldn't be in the. It doesn't agree with the rest of the New Testament. So it's not in.
I'm on my phone, so I can't look anything up.
The connection stems from the meaning of his names. Thomas is Aramaic, and Didymus apparently his name's Thomas Didymus is Greek. Both words translate to the twin. While early Syrian Christian communities venerated him as Jesus' twin or spiritual brother, mainstream historians
Jesus didn't have a twin. Jesus didn't have a twin. That's the whole reason.
I was fucking reading, Rocky. Shut your pie hole. Well, you can argue about what I'm fucking reading when I'm done reading, motherfucker. Mainstream historians and biblical scholars attribute this to an honorific nickname rather than a biological reality. For more details on the origins of these writings, you can read more on the Bart Ehrman blog or the PBS Frontline overview of the Gospel of Thomas. Now we're on your pie hole.
Yeah. So it was a reference to spiritual.
Not in the Geneva Bible either. Thomas is not in the Geneva Bible. The Geneva Bible has an apocrypha of several extra books.
That's because it was left out of the Bible at the fucking councils, you fucking moron. You interrupted to say that dumb shit.
The council, you
interrupted to say that dumb shit.
400.
Bro,
the Geneva Bible didn't happen until 1560, long after these councils made these decisions. You interrupted to say that dumb shit.
He did. He really did.
So
bro, we're not talking about the Geneva Bible. We're not.
490.
We're not talking about
the Geneva Bible. History. I don't believe
the Geneva Bible is in 1560 and then was rewrote by the church in 1599 with some alterations. This all happened. When was the first council in Nicaea, Rocky?
300.
I don't believe it. The Council of Nicaea.
Talking about how we're going to have beef tonight, and we're talking about the recipe of beef.
Well, we can't.
Rocky's over here like,
you know what's really good? What history you pick and choose?
Just when they say, I believe.
Bro, we don't care about your barbecue chicken, okay? We're having beef stew over here. That's really what we're having, beef stew. We're talking about the recipe for beef stew, and you're over here like, you know what's really good with chicken? Some
now we're going with the Masonic symbols in there while you're wearing your slave keeper hat.
I was trying to. I'm just telling you.
And the wife beater T-shirt.
And the wife beater.
Right, he fits all the stereotypes.
All the stereotypes. and then he's like the town didn't like it when I took a bunch of young boys and started training them. We're like, we have no idea why. None of us could guess that at all.
That wasn't sus.
Yeah.
You want to be circumcised, young boy? Come with me. We're New Age Christian.
Hey, don't get going on the Funyuns again.
You know, you got to remember, Rocky was there at the time when they went to Africa and picked up the Yabubu tribe.
Did you guys all wear special kind of shoes? If so, what kind? Were they possibly all fucking, were the laces all red and the shoes all black leather? I don't know. These are just questions I'm asking.
You just don't know. Hey. So, yeah, the 66 canon. What were you actually asking me, Adam?
Well, I was just curious as to why the church didn't acknowledge them, but Balderson explained that it was further back than the church, so that answered my question.
Yeah. So essentially, with the 66 canon, that came later. They what they did was they collected the scrolls originally, and then they had
the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, not necessarily the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Some of it, the Dead Sea Scrolls were many years later. Many.
Right.
Years
All right.
Well,
They
finding them,
they
well.
would
1947.
rewrite. They would rewrite the letters and the prophets' prophecies and their writings and the law. So they would rewrite, and then they would keep them in their little cubbies like the monks did, right? And then that would get passed down, and it would be only kept by the priestly class. It would not be allowed to be distributed to the commoners, and they would go up there and they'd preach and tell them what the translations were, right? Now, it didn't always work out like it was supposed to, but regardless of that, later on, when King James came along, they essentially made it a canon of 66, and then you've got also the later Protestants, which were and so that 66 canon really comes from the idea that you're not going to need to read anything outside of this. We're going to give you the scriptures. We're going to actually present it to you.
He fully outlawed the Geneva Bible. Fully outlawed it.
Yeah. But the 66 canon itself, right, that's allowed. And it's only upon the translation that we give you. Then later on, you've got the further Protestants who said, no, we're going to go look back at the original scrolls anyway, right? And we're going to actually interpret it for ourselves. And so, you've got a bunch of different fields in Christianity specifically because of the tyranny of the keeping of knowledge, right? When I say knowledge, I mean the history.
No,
whatever.
I know what you meant.
Yeah. So the 66 canon really kind of developed because of the church's unwillingness to distribute in plain text to the people. It's so silly because
okay. To be fair, the Geneva Bible was in fucking direct opposition of the church only preaching in Latin and distributing in Latin, and then the King James Bible was in retaliation against the Geneva Bible, because at that point in time, King James was one of the kings that most took on where he mixed the royal power with the church and was more of a god king type figure.
Yeah, I agree, because it's really politics. It's the rebellion retaliation factor that kicked in. It wasn't really like, hey, I want the people to know. It was like, I don't like your
kind of like King Henry VIII's referendum.
Perfect analogy.
Well,
yes.
And King James believed in fucking God-given authority, and so his rewrite of the Bible is much more lends toward giving yourself up to authority than the 1560 or 1599 Geneva did, where he wanted people to give their fealty and authority to him, and God to have died at something that happened. This is really where you start seeing the fucking in that line anywhere is where God is, where it's almost like the old Roman emperors, where they were almost where they were king and a representative of God.
It's called divinity.
Well, in the King James, it says we wrestle not against principalities and powers. In the Geneva, it says we wrestle not against we do wrestle against governors and principalities. So the King
that's
James
in Latin,
left
right,
out,
Rocky?
the King James left out governors.
Is that in Latin?
And the Geneva says we also wrestle against
Is that in
governors.
Latin or is it in English?
The Geneva was written in English by Germans.
Okay.
It's the first English. It's the first English
Geneva. This is a facsimile.
Well, I have a reason why I'm asking you. So, what does the Greek say?
This Geneva Bible.
What does it say in Greek?
Facsimile. They use the Greek. They use.
But what does the Greek word mean?
This is the Greek, the Septuagint, and the
You can read
Septuagint
Greek?
also. The Septuagint also had the Apocrypha. The
Okay,
Septuagint,
cool story, bro. What is the Greek word for it?
The Greek. It's all Greek to me. I don't know.
I know exactly. So you should.
I studied under a.
It's whatever the English is, right?
So let me ask this, Clay. It's a little off topic. It still has to do. Why do you like debating Cap so much?
Cap? Oh,
yeah.
It's good content, to be quite honest. And
Well,
the thing is,
that I
he's
agree
also,
with.
he also he takes an honest position. He does not shy away from his belief, and that to me is more valuable than any sucker. You know?
Well, in my opinion, it's more a hustle than it is a belief because I think I'm not trying to speak ill of the man because I do enjoy debating him and I do enjoy my conversations with him. But I also feel like he's, I use this in the wrong context, a predator of sorts because he preys on the lower tier IQ individual to, I don't want to say brainwash, but influence his belief onto them. And then in turn be like, yeah, that's us. We're those people.
Hold on though. Are you saying that this is his belief then, right?
I mean, I believe he believes in Christ in some of the Bible, but I also think he uses it. It's like a double-edged sword.
In general, do you think that he believes his message?
No.
You think that most of it is not something he actually believes?
No, I really, like I said in the panel, I really believe he uses a lot of it to justify his racism towards whites and his identity crisis because of slavery. I mean, I get it. A lot of black people are like that. I mean, Mr. Balderson, you got black individuals out here that claim they're the real natives to America, that they're obviously the real Hebrews, and the list goes down. And I argue with these people. Well, how are you the real natives? So with the Olmecs and the Mayans and that they didn't exist.
So you got to understand for starts, what's happened is and this takes so much study, bro. That in the 1800s, they gave there was a group called the Theosophical Society, which I'm sure you've heard of, and ran by a lady named Madame Blavatsky.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Madame Blavatsky passed her reins of power on to a lady named Alice Bailey. And then Anne Besant also is in this mix. Now, Alice Bailey was the head of a very powerful, very rich thing called the Lucifer Trust. And so they changed their name to the Lucius Trust for obvious reasons, and became the head of the spiritual wing of the UN. And so from there, directly what we're talking about right now was they propagated the out of Africa theory. Now, the out of Africa theory, a lot derives from the work of Gottfried Higgins, who was like the most garbage occultist of all time. I call him the Dr. Seuss occultist. And so this is where you get the out of Africa theory. But also what they don't understand is that at one point in time, when we're talking about ages, because then what they don't realize that they're buying into is the age of man concept, where black men were like the really piss poor version of man, and white men are like the epitome of man. And they don't even understand that was like tagged into there. It's almost like when the Congress signs a bill and the bill's like, oh, take care of all children. And inside there's like 53 bad things that nobody ever heard about. Like, it's hilarious. But all of this has been propagated worldwide because it was the UN, and people don't realize the Theosophical Society even had a wing of the Catholic Church. So this is infiltrated into every society, into feminism. They're very smart. This group was, where they don't care. So the perfect example, and I'd almost never use movies or TV, but that show American Gods, when Mr. World was talking to Odin, and Mr. World says, we don't care what kind of salsa they want. They can want chunky, they can want smooth, they can want spicy, they can want mild, but what they have to do is get their salsa from us. So this is what they did. They would bend and bow the different religions to morph into what they call this is paralleling, where you're like, yeah, your thing's the same as mine, same as mine, same as mine, and then they do this and they start veering off into their thing. And fucking they came up with piecemeal with groups. Alice Bailey is considered the mother of the New Age movement. So the things like the Great White Brotherhood, which doesn't have to do with skin color. It's all your favorite gods hanging out up in Shambhala waiting for us to get fucked enough. And then they're going to come down and save us. They're like, yeah, it's real bad. Now you guys are totally getting fucked. Now we will appear. We had the power to appear at any given time and straighten things out, but we wanted to wait till the suffering was maximum before we came. And they're all just partying up in Shambhala waiting. All your favorite gods, Jesus Christ, Sanat Kumara, Kali, it don't matter. They're hanging out there. It's the Great White Brotherhood. They're good guys. They're gonna come save you. Just wait.
We got you, bro. We got you.
Yeah, all this shit was propagated through the Theosophical Society in the UN, through the vehicle of the UN. And so because of that, then there's this information out there where basically everybody was black at one point in time, and they're the original kings. So I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm saying that information is out there. And so they're the original kings. They were the original people in all these different lands. What they don't, the part where they stop with that story is the part where the black man was an inferior version of man, and they're one of the better races of man are white and other colors. So it's really kind of funny.
Oh no, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I guess I can't say definitively that he doesn't believe his own BS. That's being me. I guess I'm being a little disingenuous.
Well, the thing is what he brings into question, and he is very well studied. There's some things I think he takes and twists out of context, but there's also things that Christians don't want to hear and don't want to identify with.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
And one of those things is that Christianity isn't a white religion. That was specifically from a different culture, and this is a regional story. There's no white people in the story. And so that is their culture, and we're trying to identify into it, and he's making it clear that that's not the case, and people are uncomfortable with that. And that's part of why him and I get along, because I also believe that white people need to stay away from that culture. It's not your culture, guys. Like, and I'm not even saying that culture is inferior and people shouldn't follow it and all that. I'm of the strict belief that through your salts, through your genetic makeup, which is the genetic memory of your line through your entire bloodline, that those gods were your gods and they answer to you. And everybody's gods are cool. I know more stories about fucking different gods of different cultures than 99.999% of people on the planet. But mine are still mine. And that's through my blood. I am a son of Odin. And this is what I told Tazariak last time. And this is one of the things I respect about him. He picks at dudes that are soft. If you just are holding the line and you don't get, like, this is a man thing. when you walk in, there's dudes, all kinds of dudes that act tough when they walk up to you, and what they're doing is seeing if they can cow you down. And if you don't cow down but you also don't get bugged, you're like, yeah, I see you, bro. Fucking, then they will quit picking at you because they're like, no, you're a man. And right when I said that to Tazariak, because he started talking about that white people were descended from this particular person in the Bible or whatever. And then tried saying we all derived from the Caucasus Mountains, which is not true. Even my DNA tests do not put me there. That I said we are sons of Odin, and I am the blood of Odin. And he just, yep, you are. He's like, I ain't gonna talk you down out of that. You are. And he's like, I like you. I'm like, I like you too. And that's the way, even out in the fucking chicken yard, that it works.
But he's not a Christian either. He's not an Israelite. It's funny you say, the white. It's not a white religion. But the thing is, it's not a black religion. I'm not white. This is why I keep telling people I'm not white. Like the idea that Christianity is a white religion, a black religion. It's just goofy as shit, right? The funny thing about
it's not so much the tying the color to it, it's tying the region to it.
Well, I was just going to go into
I was just going to specific people. I wasn't trying to make it like
and
I love beautiful black goddesses. I love my wife more than life itself. So I appreciate it, but I do like beautiful black goddesses.
Yeah, I was just going to go into that. The region, right? So the funny thing about that region, there ain't black people there.
Yeah, I didn't say there was.
Right? So when it comes to Cap, right? So he's capping, right? Because he's saying that those are black people there. They're not black people. They ain't white people. They also ain't Asian people. Did you know that? They're Middle Eastern. They're from the peninsula. They're Arabian. That's what they look like, right? But here's the funny thing about that too, is it's also Mediterranean. Right. So all of the people that surrounded all of that, right, also went into the East. So like you have your Arabian looking people, but the Greeks and the Italians,
I would call it, I would say their skin type during that time period before we all mixed up ranged from olive to bronze.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Greeks were very olive. Greeks were very olive. Yeah.
Greeks aren't white at all. Neither is Rome. Like if you even look at the actual native citizens, not the ones that have been implanted, they are not white. White.
No, they got that beautiful olive complexion.
Yeah, the olive complexion, or like the Egyptians. Like,
yeah. Kind of like goldish hue.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
Oh, I agree. It's definitely the region, and I agree with that. Both of what you said. I just. To me, it's just always come off like maybe it's just I'm the ignorant one. I don't know. I'm not against being wrong. I always just took when I first heard of him and I heard what he had to say, he lost me with the enslavement in heaven and God's racist and all this other nonsense. That to me was just like, oh, okay. All right, I could have.
Hold on. One point at a time. Yep. Where he uses enslavement is actually that's his proofism. Howard, that the black people are the true Jews, because in modern history, and this is the part he's leaving out, in modern history, black people have most prolifically been kept as slaves. And so if you measure that against the Bible, where the Jews were the most enslaved people. So this is part of his connection with that entirely.
He's doing correlation as causation, which is foolish as shit.
So, and he's also overlaying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
History with he's also overlaying ancient history with modern history. And the thing is at that point in time in that region, the Jews may have been the most enslaved people of that history, but in our now current couple thousand years later modern history, in the more modern history, black people have been the most enslaved people by far.
Well, here's a logic train to follow as well. If it's the black people who are the slaves, then also that are also the Jews, the Israelites, then also it's they're slave traders too, right? They're literally Yeah,
well, and that's his other reasoning, which is interesting. He says black people are the most fucked up people, which is matches biblically the Jews, and that's part of his reasoning behind it. Like, we do the most nasty, shady, trickstery shit, and we can't get our shit together. Nobody wants us to live where they live. Nobody wants us in their neighborhood. Like, I'm just like, are you saying all of this? But that's his proofs for matching up biblically with the Jews.
Yeah.
Now, to the second point that you brought up, like I said, one point at a time, bro. Second point that you brought up, God is absolutely racist in the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew people are his chosen people, and they are different than everybody else and above everybody else. That is the very definition of racism, bro.
I don't know if and that's where I actually differ on him, because like, if it is Israel, it's Jacob, right? But
yeah,
Jacob,
that's what Israel Horowitz was saying,
right?
Then, which I loved him. I thought he was great.
Yeah, but
He's
especially
awesome.
if you actually believe that that's one of the patriarchs, and that's the patriarch where all the nation of Israel came from, all of the nation of Israel supposedly came. And actually, technically, it's not supposed to be all of the Israelites, right? It's all from Abraham. But that is
at one point in time, there was
family.
Jacobites. At one point in time, there was they called them Jacobites.
That's a family line.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
even race. It's a family line.
Yeah.
It's, hey guys, is it and by the way, isn't racism just like basically, hey, incest? Just saying.
Well, at the time that all these stories, and even the stories that I bring up, things were very regional. The person that you were having sex with was somebody either in your town or in your walking distance within a day or two. So, and you can only do that a couple generations before we all start becoming at least casually related. You know, so that was
starts to look
yeah, we don't want to face those facts, but absolutely every single one of the races was absolutely inbred as shit.
Right, exactly. So, you know, like I'm not advocating for it. I think it's gross personally. But like,
I'm actually in I mean, I wouldn't do it myself, but if you ask me in a sterile academic environment, and I was looking at it without any of the morality I grew up in added to the situation, from just a purely genetic understanding, like if I'm taking, and I today wanted to make a new strain of cannabis, what I would do is I would take and my favorite tasting strain. All right, Santa. Good having you on as always, brother.
See you guys. It was a good panel. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would take my favorite tasting strain, and let's say the strain that I like the high the most, and I would crossbreed these two strains, and I would take all the seeds and I would grow them out. Then I would find the seeds that most closely match the taste and the high I was looking for, because of all those seeds, you're going to get 100 different varieties of shit. Well, you know, so you're going to take the two that are the most, hopefully a male and a female, if you're lucky, and you're going to then crossbreed immediately that brother and sister against each other. And then of that group of seeds, you're going to do it again, and you're immediately going to take that brother sister combo and breed it against each other again. And you're going to have to do that like 6 or 7 times to get what you would call a stable genetics, where now I can tell you, if I hand you this seed, that it's going to produce these almost exact results under a given condition. And that's a stable genetics. Now, if there's something bad in those genetics, then as a geneticist, you would try and move away from that. So your examples would not contain that, and you would cull those bad genetics out. Where they talk about what inbreeding, the damage that it causes in today's world, where they always try to pretend like these guys, these hillbillies in the mountains in Kentucky somewhere or something, are because of inbreeding. No, that's because of 2 people that have a horrible genetic trait, breeding against each other. If they weren't brother and sister and they both had Down syndrome, their kid is going to have Down syndrome. Like, that's not because of inbreeding, that's because of bad genetics pushing against bad genetics, which is how you take any genetic and make it dominant. Even if it's good or bad, the back breeding against itself is what makes that genetic dominant.
That's exactly right, man. And it's quite honestly why what you just explained is exactly why, and it literally went in my mind to evolution, why I don't believe evolution is accurate. Because when it comes to stabilization, right, water seeks a level, right? And that's exactly what the genetics do as well. People can say I'm crazy for not believing that we were evolved. Well, guess what? You know what? My position, in my opinion, is more solid than that we came from the wild to now we're stable, but then we never cross back into wild. When does the wild cross into the stable, and does the stable ever cross back into the wild? And what happens when it crosses back into the wild? Well, it becomes retarded. That's the whole point of wild. But it seems to me that human beings, they just can't like, we always have both. We always have stability and wild. There's no time in history where, at least modern history, if you want to say, the written history, where we don't have both. Both exist simultaneously all the time, and it seeks the level. So when we're talking specifically about genetics, at what point does the crossover happen to either we completely become big brained, so perfect and at anatomy, or the opposite happens, that we cross back into the wild? And they can't say it's because of social conditions, because sociopathy is meta, right? It's thought, it's contemplation, and they literally discount that entirely from the synapses firing, right? It's convenient to say it's meta when it's convenient, but then whenever it's time for actual physical synapses firing, then they say, oh no, we can't, no, your mind is not real, it's just something evolved,
right?
It's
right.
convenient.
I saw your tits earlier, they were nice.
I got good genes.
We see your Confederate uniform is on.
The thing that the evolution proponents always forget, and did you enjoy the way I just beat the brakes off of fucking FTFE on that? Like, dude, other people were making clips about that and shit. Like, were you there?
I do believe so. Yeah. You're talking about the long-haired guy on Sarah's.
No, the guy with the glasses that's super interruptive and annoying and just always just like Matt, he gets under everybody's skin. That Craig FTFE.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude, I just massacre this guy. It's all bad, and because the thing that there's a number of things that I know, and I got that doctor the other day. That doctor, whatever his name was. Yeah, no, I got him too. And remember, he ended up having to say, "I'm not a biologist." It's like, yeah, tap out, motherfucker, tap out. I will eat you.
Look, the guy claimed a position. Okay, he said the position is it's impossible with a God, right? It's just not possible. There is no God, essentially, right? But then he's like, well, I can't really know. And Sarah got him on that one way before we came up.
I mean,
no.
Didn't he just defeat his own argument by saying he doesn't know?
Yes.
See, what the problem with evolution, guys, is a real huge problem. Is they pretend like once our body has been through something, it never goes back. And then, but also at the same time, tries to tell us evolution is entirely driven by environment. And so if the environment then reverted to the previous settings that were happening before this evolutionary change, then it would only make sense that your body would go back to suit itself to this new settings. And so, and this is the way your body actually is built, that everything your genetic line has been through is still in your genome. And this is actually how CRISPR works. So when they fucking went in and they said they made dire wolves, they did not make dire wolves. They went into the genome of a gray wolf in dormant genes that were turned off because they weren't needed anymore. They flicked them fuckers back on. And all of a sudden,
I mean, to interrupt you. Are you saying that we basically have like genetic memories tied into our DNA strand, like ancestral kind of thing?
All the things that your genome has lived through, the pieces to make your progeny live through it again are still inside you. Yes.
All right. I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying.
I see who FTFE is now. Yeah. I did not see it though.
Oh, dude, I am the last person.
Is it on your panel?
It goes to open panel. No, it's Sarah's. And I'm the last person right before it goes to open panel. And I fry that fucker. I fry him.
So what you're saying is,
I gotta say something because I had an epiphany. Hold up, Brock. Hold up, Brock. I gotta say something because I had an epiphany. To what Ben said, a lot of these idiots conflate adaptation with evolution. That's mainly what they do.
100%.
But I had a huge fucking epiphany by watching two people discuss something in Discord. The evolutionists, which I agree there is I might be conflating adaptation with evolution. I believe we adapted with our skin melanin. But anyways, hold on one second. My son's being a brat.
We get it, man. Dad duties.
Yeah, northern people are light-skinned, southern dark-skinned.
But it wasn't always like that. We were all one people at one point in time in one area, and then we migrated out.
It's not just the color of the skin, though. You look at other factors, like white people have very tight pores in their skin. They don't take in sunlight near as well because they don't have the melanin is helps with the sun absorption, and we don't take it in as well, but also are not as dependent on the sun because of that. But we can live in cold weathers because we have these porous skin, but in hot weather, fucking white people are falling the fuck out. You're like, because your pores won't open up enough to fucking let the heat out. They're like, vent. And you look at your typical, like a sub-Saharan South African, they have extraordinarily porous skin. They sweat over nothing because their system's made to fucking handle those conditions.
Even our Caucasian people, they have lighter eyes. But let me try to finish my thought before I had to deal with my son.
Norwegians
I know you guys don't want to hear that. Rock, you can hear me, right? Come on, bro. So I had an epiphany today. These evolutionists claim that, there were several types of different, Neanderthals and a couple others before the Homo sapien, and they all interbreeded, and that's what created the Homo sapien. But yet in the last 200,000 to 250,000 years, it's only been Homo sapiens, but they claimed before that there were several different fucking species. The math ain't mathing. You know what I mean?
I mean, part of this is just our inability to have these discussions in America because everybody's so uptight about fucking race and things like that. So while they might be classifying us all as Homo sapiens, we still have distinct differences between our races that and between our fucking blood types, between our fucking there's DNA is not, there's haplogroups, all kinds of shit like that where we find vast differences. And then we see those things either, as we do more crossbreeding, something that like there was crossbreeding that couldn't even happen years ago, where like a person with an Rh negative and a person, Rh negative mother and an Rh positive child could not interbreed. The child would end up dying. But since then we got the RhoGAM shot. Is that the name? the RH negative shot for mothers so they can have RhoGAM shot. And so this RhoGAM shot makes it so you can do this. It's part of the reason you used to had to get blood tests before a marriage license, because we weren't able to crossbreed like this. Like, so there's all kinds of different genetics that affect different groups differently. And we're starting to figure that out. Like, do you have the genetic markers for cancer? Do you have the genetic markers for this kind of cancer? Do you have the genetic markers for this? Blah, blah, blah.
So let me ask this: if evolution was real or could be real?
1 second. 1 second.
Yep.
1 second.
Everybody, Spin has, and he wants me to say this out loud, asked me to say this out loud. So he is in the fucking emergency room. Apparently he's got a blood clot in his lungs. And as I had suspected, he got fucking heat stroke. And he is asking everybody to pray for his recovery and they have put him on a thing to break up blood clots. Pray for those of you that are Christian. And for those of you that aren't, send your Care Bear stares or well wishes or best thoughts.
Well, I'll definitely say a prayer.
Send it in his direction.
I know what he's going through. I had to have surgery on my leg. I had a clot in my leg. It was brutal.
My mom was
he was just here. Yeah, this is his show.
Okay. My question is: do you believe there's one human race, and there might be another like non-human race on the earth?
No. Evolutionists think that there were sub races of humans. They were still human, just not Homo sapien.
I don't believe that. No, we don't believe. I don't believe in evolution. What I'm asking is
bringing the biblical understanding of it into it, Adam. So when you look at the Bible, and this is something that's obviously something that always goes up for debate, but when God made Adam and Eve, and then Adam and Eve made Cain and Abel, then Cain kills Abel, then Cain leaves the garden. So up until this point, there's been 4 humans on earth. Then Cain returns with a wife who comes from an entire society that has apparently had enough time to develop and become a whole thing. So what you can derive from that is they're still people, but they aren't humans. The first, according to the Jewish Bible, then, and this is part of why those other people are called goyim. And when you start looking into that, there's a whole set of information, including in not the Torah, but the fucking Talmud, where goyim are cattle. So the other humans, the people that are not originally derived from the tribes of Israel, those people are cattle, and you can treat them how you want, use them how you want, lie to them, do whatever you want to them, because they aren't of the human. They are not humans. They are goyim.
That's Judaism.
Yes,
he just said that. He just said the Talmud and stuff. I know what he's talking about.
Oh yeah.
I was pretty
There's
specific.
a different way to explain that. There's 2 incursions that God says in the beginning He created man.
I didn't say everybody believes
Adam.
that. Rocky. I didn't say everybody believes that. I said that's where this line of thought stems from.
Yeah.
We all know that there's people that believe, including Clay, that every single person derived from Adam and Eve. Clay believes that, if I'm not mistaken, and he can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but Clay believes that there was other sons and daughters, and that eventually made up the tribe that Cain became the leader of, and apparently his wife out of his.
So
that's
Clay, you're the belief that Adam and Eve were inbreeding.
There's 2 theories.
Adam and Eve literally came
not Adam and Eve, because they aren't related, but then everybody.
No, I meant their offspring.
Yeah, their offspring are definitely.
Yeah. Essentially, I'm going to read it for you just because it's simpler that way. 5:4 of Genesis says, after Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters.
Sure.
I mean,
but nobody discounts that. Those would still be humans. So show me the part where the sons and daughters of that tribe are suddenly not humans.
Right. Yeah. No, it's not there. Right. So if Adam and Eve had sons and daughters, those are human beings that lived in the time when Cain and Abel lived and all of that. Yeah. So there were other people that came from Adam and Eve. Yeah.
Well, there's other people then. So what you're saying is also one thing, but it's also separate from those other people who are not humans.
Well, that's the thing is I don't believe there were other things.
Right. So like I said, Rocky, not all of us in the panel believe that, but the ones who would say those words, this is where that belief stems from.
Yeah, I know.
You know, Ben, I got to give you credit because.
But can I tell you the other view?
You can stop talking when other people are talking, Rocky. Go right on ahead, Kraut.
Well, yeah, I'll be quick and then Rocky can go. No, you clearly understand the distinction between beliefs and claims, and I wish other people understood there are two different words with two different meanings. There's too many idiots on the internet that just spout nonsense. But go ahead, Rob.
Yep.
Okay, there's another interpretation. If you go to Genesis, you start at Genesis 1, you'll see that he created man on the sixth day or the seventh, I can't remember, and then it goes to, then he created Adam at a different time. So mankind was created.
This is the Adam Kadmon version.
Yeah, Adam was God. God put Adam in to represent him among all the already mankind already existing, because it says that God created man in like chapter 1 or 2.
Sound a lot like Jesus.
Chapter 5. In chapter 5, later on, it says he created Adam, which was they're both
You're
human,
talking
but
about the Adam Kadmon story.
yeah, Adam.
I've never heard of it.
Inserted.
Adam
was inserted.
Kadmon is the original Adam, not the Adam that fucking it turned that he takes a rib out of and makes into Eve. He was according to some people, and I'm not in. I don't give a fuck about. I don't got a dog in this fight, so I'm just repeating what some people say. But then Adam Kadmon would be a more hermaphroditic being, and that's why you were able to derive Adam and then Eve from the pieces of that being. That once he took the rib, Adam Kadmon became just Adam, and because he took the femininity out of it and split the feminine and the masculine into two different things or representations, and used the feminine that he removed from Adam Kadmon in order to make Eve. Not my story. Argue with it
So
if you want.
basically, if I'm getting this right, he's basically a rebus.
I didn't say that. No, what I said was
because he's a hermaphrodite entity that's both male and female. He's a rebus. It's the ultimate goal of alchemy.
No, it's not. That is absolutely not.
Well, the philosopher's stone is, but
that concept comes with, like I was explaining earlier about the Theosophical Society. The twisting of alchemy was one of the first things that they did and had to do. So prior to the Theosophical Society in the mid to late 1800s, you'll notice that all occultists that anybody took seriously at all had literal lab alchemists on their resume. And then prior to the late 1800s, all the occultists that are talked about that everybody knows the name of, none of them did lab alchemy. All of them are now spiritual alchemists, which means that you can make shit mean whatever the fuck you want to make it mean because you don't have to back it up in a lab.
I get what you're saying.
And so they twisted all the fucking meanings of everything. This was part of what they were doing. And so now the hermaphroditic aspect is part of the thing that they pushed on society. And so even before that, like everybody's like, oh, ancient Baphomet. Baphomet was invented by Elias Levi in the late 1800s. The only other historical mention of Baphomet ever was by the King of England when he was taking over power. And he owed a shit ton of money to the Knights Templar. So in order to execute them, and because they had too much power and not pay them, he said that they were worshiping a figure that he said was called Baphomet, and it was a cat-faced god, not a goat with titties.
Yeah, I know about this. I love the Knights Templar.
Right. So that was never the historical Baphomet. That was a Baphomet that Elias Levi made up entirely in order to progress this hermaphroditic story that the fucking New Age movement was trying to push onto the world. And so that's actually the exact opposite of what the fucking great work in alchemy would be. So in the great work, whatever it is, you're bringing it to the epitome of what it is. So if you're a masculine figure, you wouldn't neuter it and make it into a man woman. You would bring it to the epitome of
manhood.
masculinity.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm glad you corrected me because I was always under the impression, Philosopher's Stone, Rebus kind of thing.
It is the modern understanding, and it's what anybody in the last 150 years, this is what they're going to tell you. I'm an actual lab alchemist and can do the alchemy in the lab. So my understanding has to match the lab, which is the way the original occultists did it. Once you took the lab out of it, your story can be anything because it doesn't have to match the lab no more.
Right. Yeah. You basically just prove whatever you want without presenting any type of evidence.
You understand what I was saying?
So, yeah, I do. And I actually want to give you some pushback on that, Rocky. So the issue that I have with it, with what you were saying, is Genesis 3:20, which says, "And Adam called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living." So how do you couple the idea that here it is, Adam and Eve, they are the parents of all, according to the scriptures, all the living. In other words, human beings. This is
in this, they would be a singular being before they became. So it still would have been Adam and Eve, and it's just more of a story of that it was one being that split into two. And then,
no, this is after the fall.
Oh, after the fall.
Yeah. So this is literally right after it, and then she receives her punishment, and then it says because it's Genesis 3. And Adam receives his punishment. He'll, work thorns and thistles, blah, blah, blah. And Eve gets hers. And then at that point, the woman receives her name from Adam, which is he calls her Eve because she is the mother of all living. So here it is that it's stating that Adam and Eve being the mother and father. I mean, I know it doesn't say he's the father.
You know that's the argument against God-given logic.
What do you mean?
What you just said.
The apple.
Okay, now my pushback on that is I'm going to push back on that.
Rocky,
I'm going to push
Rocky.
Real quick, go ahead.
Purchase headphones. The thing that you just said where Adam names stuff, including Eve, that argues against God-given logic, because what logic really is a system of classification and naming. And so we can differentiate things. And that's what the entire original arguments are. So when the ones that are the most famous is the Greek. And when they were arguing, you can see that the way the Greek's language works is I can say black, and I can say cat, and I can say that's angry, and I put it together, and that describes this species of cats that you've now found that's different from other cats. You're like, yeah, that's the angry black one. And everything in their language is something built. You can break apart their language into component pieces and tell what it is. It almost becomes its own sentence, telling you what it is. So that's the way the Greeks and them did it. That was their system of logic, and which meant words or classifications, way of communicating with each other. So at some point in time, and then the Ortho Bros especially try to state that God is the one that created logic. Well, if God had created logic, number one, why are there like 100 logic systems? And number two, why did Adam have to go around and name everything? If everything has already been named and all those words already exist and they're already a thing, then why doesn't Adam just get taught logic? Why would he need to invent the fucking whole thing?
So I'm trying to make sure I still man it properly. So your curiosity is, why is it that Adam would need to name animals and all the living things if it is the case that he also would need to, if that's the case, name logic and other things that aren't necessarily living? No, that's not correct.
No. Logic is the system of naming things. Okay.
Okay.
So that's what logic is truly the system of naming.
The first
things.
part of logic, the first.
That's the entirety of logic. I can explain to you how the rest of it works. The rest of it is verification of it and verification of the first thing. So that's your very first original system. And so that means that he was literally coming up that there was literally, he's coming up with the words, he's coming up with the names. That's his system of classifying and naming things. But according to the Ortho Bros, and I'm not saying that you said this in any way, shape, or form,
right? Yeah.
According to the Ortho Bros, logic is directly from God. That God is logos, is logic, and so that would tell me that God already had a name or a word for every single thing. So if that is something inspired by God, why did Adam have to come and make up the names? It doesn't say he learned the name. It says he made up the name.
Yeah, no, I get you now. And it's actually simpler than I was trying to understand it to be. It's actually why give that authority to Adam at all if God already has in subject matter what these things are. And I would say to that, it's simple for me. He did give dominion to man, so he gave him the processes to identify. Actually, it's funny because the Ortho Bros do have a piece of the puzzle, and they jump straight to that piece. It's actually like the further puzzle piece down the line. They're trying to put the corners on the outside piece of the puzzle, but they're grabbing the middle piece kind of thing. Right, logic came later. Aristotle might be their God. Reason.
Well, Aristotle through way of Thomas Aquinas. Aristotle through Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah, they go literally with the last piece first and then try to fit the puzzle. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah. So reason and logic came kind of together, but if you really understand what Aristotle was saying about logic, that reason actually technically comes first because you have to reason out what each part in the three laws of logic are. So the law of identity, the law of exclusion, so on and so forth, right? But before that even comes virtue, right? So you actually, in your mind, need to contemplate what is good, what is decent, what is right. And the ideas of virtue came before logic and reason. That Aristotle came later, much, much later.
I would agree the concept happened before it's need to classify it. And
exactly. Yes, exactly. You have to.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
And they want to name it before they contemplate.
Rocky was just like, anyways.
Rick,
I want to hear you. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Rocky. Go ahead.
Rick.
Ready.
Okay, so in Genesis 1:26, it says God created man in his image. And then you quoted, he created Adam in chapter 3. So you have men were created in Genesis 1 after the animals were created. That's the first insertion of mankind. And then it said, go be fruitful and multiply. And that's what happened. And then Adam was created later. And so Cain, when he went out, these people that were already there were the first reference to mankind being created. That's where you get.
Rocky, let me see if I understand what you're saying. So you're saying in the beginning, God created the animals, like all that, like Genesis starts. Then he created mankind before Adam.
On the
sixth day. He's taking the books in chronological order and stating that this book said the creation of man happened, and then a couple books later, the creation of Adam's talked about. And he's saying that the books were done in chronological order, which I've never actually heard it said that they are in chronological order. I've actually heard that used as one of the
That's why I was asking him, because that's what it sounded like to me.
It says that Cain went out and he went to the civilizations already existed, because
necessarily chronological.
Yeah,
like
these
some of
aren't
the books are talking about stuff from the other books, but it's not like it's happening later. It's just it happened in this book, and it also happened in this book. So parts of the time frame are going to overlap. So it's not one continuous chronological story that you can read from beginning to end. Some of the parts from one story overlap onto other parts of the fucking book. Is the way I've understood it to be explained.
That's how most people interpret it, but they're used like there's different.
Oh, that's
like,
why I interpreted it.
Well, we get what you mean.
Look at it as a chronological thing.
Chronological. I get what you're saying. I understand the concept of reading something in a chronological order.
Then, but what would be the point if he already made mankind to make Adam? What role would Adam serve?
Adam was created to represent him. The seed was going to come through.
Oh
Adam,
shit! This is how he's getting the other people, because Adam is a perfect human, and the other people were
not perfect.
Man that represent him. That represents him the most, his favorite dude, and the other ones were like his tries before that.
The rinse and repeat.
Don't believe in Judaism. I'm a Christian, not a Jew. And that's not where it's not the Goyim. They're all mankind. Goyim means just different nations, the other nations. So God put Abraham to be his nation, to represent him. And then so the seed comes through Adam. But these other nations were supposed to go out and evangelize to the other nations. They failed. It doesn't matter what race you are, you always fail, because without Jesus you fail. So
yeah, but I mean, I still don't get what you're saying, that what Adam's role would be if mankind already existed, because like Mr. Baldwin said, you're basically saying, well, that Adam was the top of the creme de la creme of humans, and that he was flawed.
Well, Cain was of his father the devil, and he was like outcast.
So where did the devil come from in this then? Was the devil in a fucking like little spooge stew with fucking God?
The serpent in the garden had intercourse with Eve and created the
Whoa, I've never heard this one.
Yeah, this is all new to me, man.
Hot bestiality.
There were twins. They were twins, but different fathers, because that's the thing. You can have,
look at this. Look at this. Clay is pulling the fucking Homer Simpson. Clay's like,
Jesus said that
backing out of camera view.
Satan was a murderer from the beginning. Satan was a murderer from the beginning.
Hey Ben, can I? Hold on, Clay. I want to ask Ben a favor real quick before I forget.
And then you had the flood.
Ben. So my people, I looked up. I'm mostly German Irish, and I got a little bit of Dutch and French in me. And even those two people have Germanic heritage in them. And apparently the French have some Roman heritage, but I don't see how the fuck that's possible. But whatever. My ancestors. Go ahead.
Rome took a lot of that over back in the day. They conquered a whole lot over in the British.
They went all the way to Britannia.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But anyway, but yeah, my heritage comes from Germanic tribes. So I just want to say, if the North mythology, well, it would be the North religion if it's real, and just tell the people when you get there, hey, listen, I know this guy Kraut Mick. He comes from our bloodline. He believes in God, but let him come over here when he finally passes around 80, 90 years old.
You're gonna have to put in a good word with the Valkyries, huh?
Yeah, put it.
He can bring us our beer. He bring us our
Kraut Mick, the savior.
I love that. Yeah. So Rocky, specifically, I was asking about how could Adam and Eve be the parents of all the living people from there on out? If it is the case, that's what the Genesis 3 says. It's saying that
because Abraham was the seed of Jesus, so all life comes through Jesus, and so he put that in there.
Adam and Eve.
Jesus.
Hey man, we're talking about me and my ex-wife here.
Abraham.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah, Adam and Eve are the father and mother of all the living people throughout the rest of history from that day forward. That's why Adam named her Eve. That's what it
We're not
says.
talking about the line of a direct line that you're trying to talk about, skipping ahead many generations. We're discussing the other peoples, the other men that came before Adam, that were apparently hanging out waiting for Cain to come get some whoopee with.
Those were the original mankind. I said there was two creations.
So how do you justify that statement when I say that in Genesis 3 it states that Eve is the mother of all living people and Adam is her husband.
Mankind.
That is
All
Adam's
mankind.
wife.
All mankind.
If it is the case that Adam and Eve is the mother of all living, yet you're saying that no, there's more people, you are contradicting the scripture, sir.
Well, you know, that's what Mr. Baldwin just said. They were waiting for Cain to get some whippity whoop.
And then specifically, it also says that Adam and Eve had sons and daughters.
And then the flood came and wiped them, the Nephilim.
Yeah,
so
but
Cain
how
were
do you just
Canaanite.
You keep jumping,
They probably weren't
bro.
human. I don't know.
Jumping.
That's the problem with
I
guys.
don't know exactly. I'm just telling you a theory that I heard.
Oh, okay.
I don't say I believe it.
The
I'm just
thing
telling you.
is you string 53 things together in no particular great order, and nobody can actually understand because it's not an actual line of thought. It's a bowl of spaghetti.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, everybody
I
came
grew
from the line of
tomatoes
Noah.
down in the
If you
down
read
by
the Bible,
the
it doesn't
river,
really matter.
and the
It
van
doesn't
I
really
was
matter.
driving was a Chevy.
I did not come from the line of Noah. That weird shipbuilding guy did not. There was no reindeer on his ship. There was no heathen on his ship. That's fine. You don't particularly look, and it's really honestly very interesting because one of the groups that's the most Christian and says these things and is the most racist at the same time, and they're always white as fuck, and you just don't look like you're from fucking the Middle East to me, bro. You look like you might cook.
Then there was the Tower of Babel. Then they had the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, so they started speaking different languages. What's that got to be with you being white and the people from that area
It
genetically?
wasn't just language. They were separated into ethos, and they all had a false god above them.
Where did it say that?
The 70 gods. Well, there were, when the Tower of Babel broke up, there was one false god over every nation.
Down by the bayou.
So you had the star god.
And here's the problem: when you get back into the original Bible and into original Hebrew, there's a lot of fucking leaps of bullshit that get taken. Like God is. It's called an Elohim, and apparently there's also an Eloha, which is girls, women, and men, and there was a whole class of them. And apparently, God is just one of those your guys. What you guys claim is God, that was just the head dude. What they chose as the head dude, and other people didn't choose him as their head dude. And so this is all just a story of all of that. It has so in that very story that says to me that and to anybody that can read that there's a bunch of people on that same level of abilities, skill, whatever.
Anyway, there's one almighty God. There's one almighty God. The Bible says there's many little G
there's
gods.
a head guy, there's a president, there's a Kim Jong-un who doesn't pee or poop. That's what he says. I get it.
Yeah. The little G gods they're represented as fallen angels, and they came from above, and some of them were planets, Venus, Mars. These the Greeks
Now
worship.
we're going to bring astrotheology into it, which I'll school you in that
It
shit
is.
right there,
It
bro.
is. It is.
I will school
So
you in the astrotheology.
what I'm saying is that the Tower
in
of
that
Babel,
system, in that system, God is Polaris, and the fallen stars are the wandering stars, is the sun, moon, and the planets. And God is Polaris, and then Lucifer is the sun. And every day the sun comes up and outshines God with its big ego, which is Polaris, because you can't see Polaris during the day. But then every day Lucifer falls, and God, who never moved, who is always steady and still, is still there in the exact same spot he was, except for that brief blinding by the light of Lucifer.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good analogy. So you have the Son of God, which is.
Wait, you look so out of it. He's like, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired.
I'm not against Greek mythology. I believe it's true. The Greeks and
so you believe? You believe Zeus is real?
Zeus was one
Zeus
of the
was a
false
real
gods.
god.
Came down. They talk about the
I'd
Nephilim.
love to see the evidence for that.
Zeus had many wives, and Hercules was a Nephilim who was produced from Zeus, and I forget which wife. Zeus took a wife and had a Nephilim. This is called mythology.
I think you're conflating
They're not
the Book of Enoch.
true.
Well, in order to make these nonsense conclusions, you actually have to believe that their desert god is the king of all gods everywhere, and that all other gods are actually fallen angels that are below the Hebrew god of the desert. That we have to buy all that in order to buy this bullshit story that he's weaving right now. So now you know where you are.
Yeah,
so I'm going to change it to a different topic. What about the Sumerians and their beliefs? Because a lot of their beliefs in civilization predate what we believe in.
Yeah.
You mean the Samaritans? Sumerians are a people. Samaritans is a religion.
Yeah. Well, the Samaritans are the ones that there was numerous that carried those beliefs and had parts of that. The Samaritans it's supposed to be an unbroken chain for the most time of people keeping a continual belief system that was unaltered.
I just want to know why it's got to be a good Samaritan. Why can't it be a shitty Samaritan?
Yeah.
It didn't wipe his ass or something,
Yeah.
For real.
Well, the law is you must be a good Samaritan, and if you are to pass somebody in need and not lend your hand and they die or something because of a situation that you could have helped, take like where I'm from, you see a car off in the ditch in the middle of winter during an ice storm, you best stop and see if they're okay, and they need to come sit in your car and get to another town somewhere. You don't do that, then you're liable for the damages of you not doing it. So if that person dies because you didn't stop and help, you are just basically committing murder.
That makes sense.
Good concept to have.
Yep. So it's definitely a good concept to have.
Well, I was getting more towards their religious beliefs that they had kings that lived for hundreds of thousands of years, reigned on earth, that kind of thing.
Yep. That's all part of the Jewish story is a mix and muck of a bunch of regional stories. This is again how you can tell that this has nothing to do with white people, because we are from an entirely different area, and our lessons and our stuff are different because we lived under very different conditions. The people there in Israel weren't too fucking worried about freezing to death every year. It's not.
I don't think they got much snow in Israel.
That's what I'm going to get off the panel.
Don't do
I'm
it
going to
too-
get off the panel.
Don't came up when you.
I don't have closing thoughts. I just wanted this guy Nick in chat. I just want to say real quick. Yeah, we're all over the place because if we constantly talk about the same thing, it might get boring after a while. and everything you hear in this stream right now, you know, you can always Google and find out if we're right, wrong, in the middle. And then, you know, this is a great way to find out information. You know, something you never heard before. Like up until this panel, I never heard of the Germanic tribe. And like I just stated, literally my whole ancestry come from that. And if it wasn't from Ben, appreciate that, Ben, I probably would have never heard about the Germanic tribe. You know, shit like that's interesting.
And
Well,
then once you start learning about the Germanic tribes, then you all of a sudden start learning where white culture actually comes from, and you're like, weird. We mostly carried out these traditions and these holidays and symbologies long before Christianity was invented.
There was a lot of potatoes
Germanic tribe.
involved, too.
It's a lot to take in. Like I'm
really.
still reading about it. It's a long history with that. But again,
If you like taters, then you're gonna be all right.
even if you don't agree with our views, you know, you might
I
hear
love
something.
taters.
never-
Look at, and here's a proud German. I'm like, look at my tater. Look at my. I grew this tater. Look at
Looks
how
like
we-
you washed it.
My wife probably, but you don't wash them because right when you take them out of the ground, you got to cure them. Which what that does is thicken up the skin so that way they're more stable. So you don't wash them, but because that will actually stop that process. But you just brush them off.
Well, I also got to go. The girlfriend is calling for the attention of myself. I have duties.
He said duty.
Thank you for
See you
coming on,
later.
sir.
See you later.
Thank
pal.
you guys. Oh, I'd love to come on again. I had a great time. And real quick, Crowder.
Hang out with Steven Crowder, are you?
Krautmick, I agree, man. I love coming on these panels because I hear things I've never would have heard otherwise because I'd be on some secular belief or knowledge.
Yeah.
But I am definitely going to do that DNA test because that Germanic tribe thing's got me interested.
Well, I just want to say, every time you say Kraut Mick, you're committing a slur, because that's literally what Kraut Mick is. It's a slur to Germans and the Irish. So I hope you're proud of yourself.
I'm very proud. I didn't know that, but I don't care either.
Well, the thing is when they say there's no white culture, that's because they're trying to paint all white people with the same brush. When you isolate to the northern tribes, we all had vast different cultures and differences. And so we make fun of each other. Like I've explained this, like, okay, so my people come from the German area. And so when we make fun of other white people, it's with Oli and Lena jokes. And for us, Oli and Lena, who are the real idiots, and Oli's best friend Sven, they're real idiots. They come from Poland. So it's all Polacks. So we're constantly making fun of Polacks and the dumb shit that they do. Like when we go over to the Norwegian area, they put fucking quilts on their barns, and I call them the quilt people. Like, who the fuck does that? That's just dumb. Why you got a quilt on your barn? And you know, we make fun of each other for it. Fucking my wife, she's Danish. So for her, the Swedes are Oli and Lena. They're the ones you make fun of because of the weird shit that the Swedes do as compared to the Danish. And like we have our own food, like nobody knows if you're not from a Germanic area, a German area, you don't know what Kuchen is. You've never heard of Kuchen. It's one of the most delicious things you could ever eat. But
I know
of
of Kuchen, but I never had it.
It's easier just to make fun of everybody, though, for real. Like,
oh, dude, you do it with a good fucking racial humor is the funniest fucking humor. Like,
it is.
If they get a good zinger on you, it's hilarious.
Hey,
I
Clay,
agree.
you're Italian, aren't you? Clay, are you Italian?
Sir, I am not Italian. I am an American.
I
What are
wa-
you talking
Well, all right. I wish Spin was here, and I hope he gets through the troubles he's going through right now. But I guess it would fall on deaf ears.
I
don't
would
think
take-
anybody on this panel would know what Gabagool is.
Yeah, that would be. Oh,
Like,
bro,
you know
no.
what
Actually, if
Gabagool
you want to
is?
know, if I told you my lineage, probably.
You're probably Greek. I'm pretty sure you got Greek in you.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I'd say that it might be like further back, but like as far as the
Romans, Trojan,
white, or whatever. There's like a tiny little bit of Spaniard in there. There's also some Nordic for sure. Probably go all of the Nordic.
Well, you know
as
what?
well
See, they
as-
need to come at you, Clay. You got that Spaniard in you. You the one that started all this slave shit and all this stuff.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's so funny because they're like, oh, you're Spanish, you're not white. Wait a minute, you are white. You aren't white. No, you make up your mind because they're Mediterranean, right? That's the funny thing. But mostly English. That's why I'm a Jones.
That's what all the Jews do too, because they're like when they're like wanting white benefits, they're like, we're white, and then as soon as they're like wanting to blame things on white people, like, no, we're Jews.
It's convenient to call
hold on. Don't let my white skin fool you. I'm a Jew.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But no, it's definitely European. If there's any lineage back to whatever, it's going to go through what my opinion is through Japheth, right? So Ham, Shem, Japheth. If the Japheth thing is Japheth, right?
Well, I'm gonna end this on a joke. What's faster than a black man running? His brother with the stolen goods.
Oh my God!
All right, you gentlemen have a great night.
Night, brother.
Yeah.
I got one before I leave. How does every black joke start?
How does every black joke start?
Yeah. You look behind you.
You guys are terrible.
Oh man, have a good one, man.
What the duck?
Night, crowd.
All right, yeah, same here. You got spin side. I know you got it.
Yeah. I'll just hit end stream here. You go ahead. Rocky, right. You can make your last case for slavery after all the black jokes.
We used to have black jokes. It was like, Daniel Boone was a big man, but a bear was bigger, so he ran like up a tree.
Good man skipping it. Holy shit balls. You are a character, Rocky. Night. We'll talk to you guys later. Holy fuck.
Spin City. Spin City on the screen, got the room on 10. Breaking news, panel smoke, then he does it again. The bass in the morning, debauchery at night. He steps in loud and he don't back right. Clip it, post it, watch the chat explode. One more take, then he takes the road. He talks that talk with a grin and a stare. The other side's talking, he already there. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, he don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. Panels in a circle, everybody wants a turn. He leans in hard, let the hot takes burn. Protest on the ticker, riot in the thread. He talks over the chaos with a raised up